What is the best value you ever paid for? What is the best value you ever paid for? Just curious to hear people's experiences. For me, my foam roller was a great value. It cost around $20 bucks but helps relieve my back and neck of stress and pain. On bad days, rolling on this thing becomes the best $20 bucks I ever spent. What is the best $X you ever spent? There is no limit. If you spent $80,000 on a Corvette and felt it was the best value ever, then that's okay. Let's hear it. I'd probably say it cost like $15 and it turned on the switch in my head. Besides buying and seriously this and the necessary Olympic weights and bench to go with it. About $2,000 all said and done, and by far some of the best money I've ever spent. Saves gym membership fees, save huge amounts of time since it's in my garage, and keeps me healthy. And I don't have to deal with the New Year's resolution gym goers every January. That alone is worth than what I spent. Haha. Udemy course in data science. Applied learning and no need to go to FAFSA or apply to schools. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. If I were to choose only one thing, I'd say the Fastlane Insiders membership. Don't remember how much it cost a few years ago, probably about $70. Made me start my own progress thread which helped me in reaching my financial goals. If I can add more, then from non-business stuff, that's all that comes to my mind at the moment. So I guess these are the most important best value purchases. I own one as well. If you want to lift, this is literally 100% of everything you'll need for a long, long time. It pays for itself compared to even a cheap gym in less than a year. Internet connection vs. Tuerd vanaf Mijnail L21 Med TaperTalk. I have a few. 1. Paradigm Studios 60 speakers. If you have room for just one pair 2 speakers, you can simply not go wrong here. Paradigm is one of the kings of audio and these speakers are phenomenal. I'd choose a pair of these over literally any half-assed, shoehorned in surround sound setup. And don't even get me started with Bose. I bought this pair when I lived in an apartment when I first moved out over 10 years back, and they are still booming in my movie theater downstairs. I still to this day don't own a subwoofer because these 2 speakers by themselves can rattle the entire house. 2. Sennheiser HD 280 Pro headphones. More audio, I know, what can I say? I love this stuff. These are probably one of the most popular pro-quality headphones on the market and they have been for years. If I had one purchase I wish I used more often than I do, it would be these. They are passively sound isolating, meaning they don't actively interfere with the audio to provide noise cancelling. Instead they are just built that way, and even the quietest classical music will drown out just about any noisy environment. Super comfy, sound amazing. Have held up beautifully for years. 3. Weber Summit 620 Natural Gas Grill. First thing I purchased when I moved into my house about 10 years back. The thing is still holding up with zero rust on the stainless parts of it. The lower body isn't stainless so there's some rust there, but it's still minor and frankly impressive given its age. If you do any outdoor hosting, a huge grill helps. Natural gas means never changing out a tank again. 6 burners, tons of heat, cooks amazingly, and the extremely heavy and well-made grill grates still look like new. I'd say for me it's probably business meetup or networking events, but not for the reason you're probably thinking. First event, my first Fastlane Summit 2013 or 2014 I think. I met a ton of new people, some of which have become my closest friends, and we are all business owners. Very cheap compared to the value I got. MJ, raise the ticket prices. DCBKK in 2015, after I took off living around the world, I heard some rumblings about DCBKK. It's a decent-sized event in Bangkok with 250 plus people, and I met some really cool entrepreneurs doing cool things. I also now have a network of people around the world, so when I fly into a new country or continent I'll likely know someone there. I've been to this event 3 times and spent, probably, $5K 6K total including the $750 ticket price. Honestly, this year's Fastlane Summit I'm just going to hang out with friends and meet new people. I'm sure the speakers will be excellent, but for me it's a great way to see some of my favorite people in one place. I'm also going to Traffic and Conversion Summit in San Diego after the Fastlane Summit. I expect to meet new entrepreneurs. This event is the biggest one I've been to yet, 1,000 people. I respect the hell out of Ryan Deus and crew, but I'm not a Kool-Aid drinker. So if you take anything from this one post, spend the money to attend business events. Relationships with great people are a key part to happiness and fulfillment, over money for sure. Number 1, Old-Fashioned Mocha Safety Razor made in Solingen, Germany. Bought it 10 years ago and still looks like the day I took it out of the box, and gives the good shave with simple razor blades that are way cheaper than expensive cartridges from the store. The original Dollar Shave Club LOL. Number 2, WeatherTech floor mats for my car. I don't know about you guys, but winter is here and soon the filth and muck that comes with it will be upon us. Last Christmas, I went to the WeatherTech factory store and dropped a few bills on a set of deep mats. I happen to live about 10 minutes away from the factory, so I got to see their operation in the flesh. Wow! The place was swarming with customers like a fire ant hill to get their mitts on some high-quality floor mat, lol. While you wait for them to pick your order, you can have a free Lavazza cappuccino or mocha made by a team of nice ladies and sink into a soft leather couch. Now in the second winter of use, they clean up with a hose and a little soap and look like brand new and keep the filth out of your car. Number 3, and, not to sound like a broken record, but for the price I got what feels like a college education in wealth building. It has been a hell of a year filled with trial and error, but I am feeling so excited for what 2018 holds in store on my journey. That's what I use too. Best shave ever, and dirt cheap. I laugh a bit when I see Gillette blades are like $12 a piece. Shave all year for the price of a Gillette 3-pack refill or less. That's value. $12 phone earbuds with built-in subwoofer or bass from an obscure brand on Amazon. Probably private labeling from one of you cheeky bastards. Literally closed more sales due to the increased comprehension, more audiobooks or podcasts consumed while exercising, working while talking to clients with both hands free. Whatever it cost for both Fastlane and physical copy books and audiobooks, LOLO, and insider subscription tenfold. Also, the only other thing I can think of is my Dodge Ram 3500 diesel dually, because the times I got laid off, was able to make money by using it. I will probably come back with more, but the first thing that came to mind was this best $16.99 I ever spent. I use this a few times a week to mince garlic, dice onions, anything you want to chop in a hurry. And it takes about 15 seconds to clean. Kudos to whoever invented it for speeding up the cooking process substantially. $100 for global entry, which include TSA pre-check. Good for 5 years, has saved me hours waiting in security lines over the years. Ankle support trap. I twist my right ankle like once every 3 months and can barely walk, but this thing gives it a lot of support so I can be mobile without the pain. Cost like $5.00. I'm wearing it right now after a jump rope catastrophe yesterday. This frickin' phone case. Sturdiest, strongest case ever. 11.99. Nothing comes even close. Beats OtterBox by a mile. To me, it's such a valuable product because I'm a dropper. Yes, I drop my iPhone daily, sometimes twice in a row when picking it up after the first drop. Thanks to this case, being a dropper doesn't cost me hundreds of dollars. I think in total I paid like $39.99 for this. It's a Steam Link. It connects any PC in my house to my TV where I can browse the internet, watch anything, play any games, and in general just see and use my desktop as if I were in that room. Hands down the best piece of hardware I've ever purchased. The best software I've ever purchased is SendOwl, which is one of the most useful products I've ever found for my business. It helps me manage software license keys, publish new products, engage customers with transnational emails, and a shit ton more for $24.99 a month. The most life-transforming purchase would be the one-way ticket to New Mexico to break free from the script. $220. First thing that comes to mind is ShipStation. For $25 or more it saves at least 1 to 2 hours a day in shipping. Men Ultra Stretch, fast dry pants. Formal enough for business occasions but comfortable enough to do sports. Overnight dry so I wash it every day. Greatly reduces the pressure on my lower back. Cannot believe it's on special and only costs $14.90 in the US now. I paid $50 in Sydney. This is gonna turn into a favorite thread of mine. Love seeing what everyone considers spectacular value. Definitely, for me it is Endisha, which is US's alternative. I will say my laptop and Wi-Fi connection. Everything started after that. The world came to me. The gift that keeps on giving. The education for my boys is nearly priceless and also have many things that I have learned that can be used in other businesses. I paid $400 for my truck. It's my daily driver, a 97 Dodge 1500, 4WD with 110k miles on it. The guy passed away 10 years ago that bought it originally. The family cut grass around it and drove it a couple times a year to keep it running. When I got home, I put the camper shell on Craigslist and got $150 back, so the total cost of the vehicle is $250. Runs like a champ. I'll drive it until I get rich, then use it to haul money to the bank and drive it some more. Here's me moving some boulders around the yard last year with it. I got creative and put my cherry picker in the back like a little tow truck. Hard decision, but I'd have to say mine over precision cooker. Cooking meat is especially rewarding with the thing. I normally shy away from beef cooked on the rare side, looks raw to me. But the device let me cook thick steaks and they come out the same shade of pink inside from edge to edge. A quick sear in a hot skillet and it's the best thing I've ever eaten. A food revelation. Also great for pasteurizing eggs, while still keeping them mostly liquid. For safe homemade mayonnaise. $200 OI for a hosting account. Hard to beat the ROI of a great book or even a good one. Love the thrill of learning something new and impactful that I can put into practice in furtherance of my goals. In hindsight, car insurance. Otherwise, probably the expenses from creating my card game. I learned a shit ton from that process. For my allergic skin that is prone to breaking out in hives and drying out, this works very well. Works well also for recovering wounds, especially when an itch begins. Had I used this when my allergies first broke out 10 years ago, I would have avoided nights devoid of sleep, tears and anger from weeping allergic sores, further worsened by scratching provoked by that irritable itching, and saved my poor parents from a lot of grief as well. And although MLMs are generally hated around here, I use Mary Kay facial products. Some acne-specialized face washes and masks and recommended washing styles helped clear off lots of pimples without much of the pains of poking the zits out. I should have gone through that route of proper washing with the right face treatment products long before in my puberty. Instead, I went through the conventional route of expensive spa sessions that had people skewering your face and raining agony upon them. And the pimple places just got reinfected or worse, left craters. Shit could be worse, but I don't want my girl to kiss a war zone on my cheeks. Lol. Interesting thread. I'd probably say this stuff. Not the brand per se, but the product category. If you're not familiar, it's a rigid natural form of salt that eliminates the need for body deodorant. Regular deodorants, Old Spice, etc. try to stop the skin from actually sweating via aluminium. This stuff, when it's rubbed on wet skin, it creates a film that prevents bacteria on the skin from forming for most of the day. Bacteria is the source of the body odor. I've used these things for years, and the big rocks last about 6 months to a year for around $6 to $8. Makes obsolete the entire category of body deodorants sold at every supermarket or pharmacy. They don't contain any perfume like deodorants. That opens you up to use more subdued, subtle and suave cones. If that's your thing, it's not mine. My only adjustment? I carve grips into mine, or occasionally you drop the things and they shatter. Great thread. My ears perked up constantly whilst reading this. Now all of the sudden I have a big ass shopping list. A few months ago I purchased an annual national park pass for $80. Before we started traveling, I promised my boy I would take him to Mount Rushmore. The hug and thank you, Daddy, I got from him was rewarding beyond words. Since then we visited the Badlands, Big Bend NP, White Sands National Monument, Grand Canyon, and have countless more planned over the next 6 months. Tremendous value when you consider each NP is $25, $35 just for a one-time visit. Haha, yay, I've been taking notes. The salt deodorant, the good razors, y'all are making me go buy stuff. Automotive parts. Door handle broke. Dealership wants $60, went to eBay. Got it for $4.50. Cannot wait for third-party vendors and 3D printing to get bigger and better. Going to have to say my Kindle. I can haul 100s of books around with my everywhere I go without wrecking my back. Not to mention the enormous value I have gotten from all the books I have read. Was introduced to these from my slow lane job and haven't looked back since. This is a great thread. As producers, we should be keeping our eye out for how to improve on products in this thread. Think of how easy it is to sell something with immense value, greater than a true. I keep going back and forth on this. I really think I should pull the trigger. Part of me loves physical books. The look, the feel, the act of reading them, etc. But the other part of me knows I should just worry about the knowledge, not the format. And ebooks are cheaper, and searchable. I think I know what's going on my Christmas list. 1. Kindle, especially great if you spend a lot of time in doctor's apps and end up waiting. You can still be learning or be entertained. I'm currently reading Tribe of Mentors by Tim Ferriss, which I highly recommend. 2. New Balance tennis shoes. Mine were more than I've spent on any pair of shoes in my life, but so worth it. 3. Dental floss, a few dollars, a lifetime of good teeth. I'm loving this thread. I definitely need a foam roller. I'm a hoarder. But for reading, I get them on Kindle. The free library app alone is worth the price. For visual books, like art technique books, music books, etc., I get in physical form. When I think best value, I think of everyday things. Paying for water, I only turn a knob and have access to something that is critical to survival and is so important to so many functions. I don't know what I paid for my plumbing system, but it is absolutely worth it. Garbage. $17 a month for someone to haul my stinky SHT away every week is extremely valuable. I was thinking of a couple other things today. My knockoff Roomba, with 2 small mess makers and a fluffy cat, waking up to swept floors that I didn't have to do is a huge relief. That's huge. I know if you look on any fan page you will see that this thing has practically a cult following. Instant Pot is an electric pressure cooker. Sometimes it cooks things faster, tender roasts in minutes. And sometimes it takes about the same amount of time to pressure up as it would to cook on the stove legumes, but the value is that you don't have to watch over it. You can set it and do whatever else you need to do without checking on it, plus it doesn't heat your house up. It's taking over the slow cooker market, because people would rather start dinner at 5 p.m. than 6 a.m. and look at all those functions! And lastly, museum passes. Pay once, and have fun, educational days out with the kids all year. Trojan condoms, $3.99 from your local Covenant store. Because they feel better afterwards. Catching something wouldn't be fun, and from what I hear, kids are expensive and time-consuming. Best ROI ever. The best thing I ever bought was when I was a teenager. I saved up £50, which isn't a lot, I know, but at the time I earned £90 a week and spent £50 getting the bus to work. I bought myself an age-old PC second-hand from the newspaper classifieds. This thing was mega slow, stained yellow from the previous owner's nicotine, and sounded like it wanted to fly out the window when you switched it on. But man, it was great. It took me to a whole new world and sparked my interest more than any book or movie ever had. I learned how to make it faster, how to build websites, and began learning from people all over the world for free. It amazed me how when I was stuck on something and needed to make the computer do something, all I had to do was ask and someone would tell me. The only thing I would change is that I wish I realized it was something I could make money with back then. I thought it was more like a hobby and that nobody would be interested in it, but even so, with that £50 I bought my very own door to the labyrinth, and I've never looked back. I go to a private gym, technically a guy's shed, and we have a solid steel tube that weighs about 70 kilograms. After your core heavy squats it feels magic getting someone to roll it across your back. Ooh, nice topic, MJ. I can't wait to get my teeth into this. Okay, besides 99% of books, things I have purchased that have given way more back than the pound-dollar amount are as follows: Kindle Peanut, foam roller Thricane, laptop stand so monitor height is eye level, which ensures I look straight when working and don't hunch over. Use Herman Miller Aeron chair, new about £1,000, I hustled one for £180, what a difference having a comfy chair makes. I actually to stay seated and put in the hours, at least that is how I justified the expense. Lol. MacBook Pro, oh, please don't hurt me. Second monitor Dell U2515H, for those that care, purchased after I saw Bioface mention its usefulness. White noise machine for sleeping at night, drowns out sudden noise so your brain thinks it's silent all night. Lumi alarm clock wakes you up with an imitation sunrise with no noise, instead of being woken by beep beep, beep beep. Tony Robbins UPW event. I know opinions vary, but it was life-changing for me, no doubt. Thank you so much, my man! NutriBullet, get a day's worth of veggies down your neck in under 10 seconds. We'll invest in a Vitamix when this packs in. Spotify, gym membership, or Sauna Dymo 4XL printer. How could I forget? Would marry this machine if I could. Vitamins multi, omega-3, magnesium, D3, methylated B complex 23 and DNA analysis lets you check about the raw data of your genes and thus optimize diet, lifestyle, supplements etc. around your genes. Obviously I have no affiliation with any of the links, just used an example on more obscure items. I'm sure I'm forgetting loads, but I will update when they come to me. I see this all the time and I still don't get it. Maybe because I'm so comfortable cooking traditionally and that's what's comfortable for me, but I just don't get it. I can rinse and cook perfect rice of any kind on the stovetop in about 20 to 25 minutes. I grill most meats on the grill in minutes. Speeding up roast times would be pretty nice, but if I'm honest, I never cook roasts outside of large family gatherings, and in those instances I like spending the time to get the house smelling awesome in the oven. I own a few slow cookers as well, and they literally only get brought out for large family gatherings as devices to keep food warm in. I just don't get any of these time savers. I like the idea of them, but when I consider how I do things normally I just don't see the improvement. I'm totally glad people love them though. I just feel out of the loop. Ha ha. Pull that trigger, bro. I was in the exact same state of mind before I did. It's just so simple, so easy, so incredible to be able to take thousands of books anywhere and everywhere with you. Features that got me were the fact I can touch a word for an instant definition. Beyond that, you can highlight a passage with ease that you can export to a notes document. Gold stuff. It just works. Love the Kindle app on my phone. Game changer. No harm in doing both. Sometimes I own all 3 copies of a book I love, physical, digital, and audiobook. Each serves a different purpose, and it's still a bargain. There's 2 types of people when it comes to kitchen appliances in my opinion. Those like me who love the old school way of cooking, and those who love the new. For me, you can't beat the feel of hand grinding your own mince, chopping your own garlic. The feel of mixing with your hands and preparing the food with love, excuse the cheesy expression. And of course the smell of the house when something has been cooking all day. I like all this more than eating the food itself. I understand the other perspective though, as I'm sure people get the same kick and feel as I get when they use the latest gadget to do the thing they are doing. It's like people who like muscle cars and people who like supercars, they both share the love of the cars. I didn't get it at first, either. But think about what you're doing when you cook those other things. Would you light the stove up for your rice, then go take a shower and forget about it? Would you turn on the grill and then go run some errands? And that's the beauty of it. Once it's turned on, it's completely passive. That's why I say the value is not having to watch over it. You don't save time on the cooking process necessarily, but you do save time with the things you are able to do while you're cooking and not having to remember that something is cooking. I'm the type of person who bakes her own sourdough breads, makes sauerkraut, and so on. But this is just a reinvention of the classic stovetop pressure cooker. The intent isn't to replace the food prep process. I've made beef bourguignon in mine, but to allow you to do other things than wait for a timer to beep once it's cooking. Probably this little, not so spectacular, box. It's an interface which makes your phone connect with your audio system of your car in case your car was made before the Bluetooth age. Costed about €120. Super easy to install and used daily for listening to podcasts and Spotify. No more CD changing while driving, just playlists. And I can still use the controls on my steer. Not so much a product as a service, but in December 2014, I got a turbinate reduction on both sides of my nose. I couldn't smell or breathe well or spend any amount of time outside, had a permanently stuffy nose, and got winded very easily since the whole 20% airflow through my nose didn't work that great. Took 9 months to heal fully because of the cartilage, but it's been 3 years this month and I feel better than ever. Combining the surgery with weekly allergy shots, I can now go hiking in the Adirondacks or spend all day outside without wheezing. Only cost me my GoPay since I was under my mum's health insurance at the time, but I would pay any price for the benefits the surgery bought me. I hate to floss. Back in 2009, at the height of the recession, unemployed, and struggling with a business I had tried starting a few months earlier, I paid $210 for a ticket to Ireland for a 6-week trip through Europe. Hard to beat those experiences, even though I should have been getting a job or working on the business. I've nearly always found value in travel. This was me as well. Until I stepped onto an international flight with 15 books in my thin little tablet. I was sold after that, ha ha. Actually, my MacBook Pro. I used to be a fervent opponent of anything Apple, but now that I own a MacBook Pro, my entire life has changed. For the first time, I don't worry about stupid software problems, slow startup speeds, etc. It's fantastic. I don't think I could have been as prolific on this forum if it wasn't for my Mac. This $13 fruit slicer I use every day for my apples and oranges. Just bought my mom and grandma one for Christmas too. Careful, flax has a lot of estrogen. I don't buy much stuff, but honestly the most valuable ongoing purchase I make is for Spotify Premium. Music is incredibly enriching to my life, and the fact that you can get unlimited access to streaming or downloading millions of the world's music, for the cost of one nice meal per month. The trade-off is astounding. Still boggles my mind. Did you know that now they offer Spotify Premium for $99 per year? Becoming a Mexican citizen was a pretty good value. Paid about about $26 pesos to get to Acta de Nacimiento. Bought a house cash close to the beach. Property taxes are cheap. Cost of living is cheap. Never would have been able to do that in California. Can't afford $400K. Most 25-year-olds spend all their money on cars. I decided to buy a house in another country. Will always have a place to stay even if I'm broke. Never ever wanna spend my life in a merry-go-round of paychecks and bills. CeraVe cream is a Jeet value for me. I have a dry skin problem. $12 and has made my skin a lot healthier. Has worked better than any other prescription cream. Aquaphor is pretty good in this dry cold weather. Has saved me a lot of stress. This book was a great value. Anything that expands understanding of ourselves and the world and relationship between the two is gold. Sometimes you got to read non-business books to be better at business. Every day I wake up I have these books by my bed like some hotels have Bibles on the dressers. These ideas will make you smarter for sure. And of course MJ's books are a great value. A gym membership and the Insight Timer app, a free meditation app that helps me chill the FCK out when I feel anxious. Better than the drugs pharma tries to shove down your throat. It was my eye surgery for cataracts. I haven't worn glasses since and I can see. This business degree I'll receive in 2 weeks, then probably never touch again. Could this be a Christmas gift list of suggestions to get stuff for friends and family? Lack of gift ideas is a legitimate problem. I bought my Herman Miller Aeron chair the same way. Even second-hand it was 3 times dearer than what I had paid for any office chair previously. Used it daily for 5 years, and is still as good as new. So comfy for working from. There is a business in itself of this one product, sourcing these and resale. The product has such a wonderful reputation. People are willing to pay for the quality. People are willing to buy them new. Big blue chip corporate, but a full-time eBay seller or stay-home author will happily pay good pound for them in the secondary market. The quality and rep of the chair is so good. Should mine ever break I would buy another without a thought for price. Learn the makeup of this product, its setup, what goes where. Breaking up a broken one for 4 parts. Servicing. Buying loan ones that break and retrofitting the parts to rebrand as refurbished gets you a saleable item that can still be sold for good price. The Dymo label writer printers are also superbly awesome for any seller for product. Bought my first in 2006. Not one has failed on me. I have only upgraded to their newer models because they have been quieter and quicker. Address label needed. Copy and paste, click print. Label done. X2 bold fragile labels, needed. Click print label done. CN22 customs label needed for the same product you have sent X 100 times before. Open template, click print done. Never ever again has anything ever been handwritten. Time saved is time banked and value added. I wonder if it's possible to own one of these if one's budget is $200 or less. Maybe that's a pain point. My Xiaomi Mi Max phone, I got it at approx $180. It has a 6.44 inches big ass screen, fast and has really good specs for its price. Not too small to use, and not too big to hold. If an iPhone 12 and this phone falls into the sea, I would save this first. I used rack, probably. A new one. I wouldn't trust a $200 new rack with, literally, my life. Safety bars for benching with no spotter. It's the weights that are expensive, even used. Get a used bench and an adjustable dumbbell set from Bioflex and you can do the same movements dumbbells instead of bar for about that, if you buy used. This is really an important point. You don't need a rack to do most of the movements except maybe the bench press. You need a rack to save your life when the movements fail. Even a spotter can't solo catch a bar loaded with 200 pounds that's free falling to the ground hovering just over your neck. Power racks are life-saving devices. That being said, the company I bought mine from is offering this guy for just over $200. Says it has a 700 pounds capacity. I own a different one that cost about double this and came with a lat pull-down attachment though. The total cost is going to add up though. Ideally you probably want something that looks like power rack, bench, Olympic bar, weight 300 pounds and mixed weights is a common set to buy. Gym mats so you don't ruin your floor. The weight alone is usually anywhere from $75 to $1 per pound. So even if you do get a $200 rack, you're still looking at another few $100 in weights. This stuff isn't cheap, but having it and using it is one of the best investments you can make in your health. Can definitely attest to this. Sennheiser makes incredible headphones. I have the same pair that's held up for 2 years so far. This exact model has been in production for 8 to 10 years with zero design changes. Excellent for pro audio because the EQ curve, how much bass or mid or treble you have, is pretty flat, or what we call an even response. Most consumer headphones like Beats boost the lows and highs so much to the point of distortion. The HD 280s are great as a control for other sound systems. If a mix sounds good through these, they'll probably sound good through anything else. Props. Didn't expect to see this here. Edit. The only thing that's changed for me and these headphones is how psychotic you look walking around with a long $1 dangling cable in public. I'm leaning to getting a new Sennheiser pair that's wireless and is a built-in mic for taking calls. Literally my only complaint with them as well. You look really out of place these days wearing something that's more function than form. Luckily though, you can't hear anyone talking about you because of how isolated you are while wearing them. I was pretty excited about this, but I looked it up and it turns out it isn't free from aluminium. Quite the contrary actually, they are free from aluminium chlorohydrate but use potassium alum, which is the potassium double sulfate of aluminium. The claim is that those crystals are too big to enter the pores on the skin. I can't say whether that is true or not, but minor cuts on the skin, for example from shaving, would definitely make it possible. Apparently the alum concentrations go up to 20 to 30% compared to ca 7% in classical deodorants in Germany. Since there are deodorants completely free of aluminium, I'd probably stick with those unless someone knows more about the toxicological profile of potassium alum or how the too big to enter claim holds up. I'll add one. I bought a small whiteboard when I was like 12, with allowance money. Maybe cost $30. This thing accounts for immeasurable personal growth over the years. Sturdy 2-liter Coke bottles. The old ones would flex and make it hard to drink from straight, and specially made water bottles are either junk or too small. Paid 99 for one on sale. Pour the Coke out. Refill daily with water and a shot or two of lemon juice. The only thing I drink all day. 3 months caffeine free now. Perfect for on the road. Thanks Coke. Good value. You can bench press with dumbbells, but it's really hard on the rotator cuff and you'll never get the same results since your max weight will be limited. Good luck getting a pair of 100 pounds dumbbells into position for a press. Haha. Dude, I am a ridiculous coffeeholic. Really need to kick that shit. I've quit caffeine a few times before and I've given up trying. The week-long headache that painkillers barely work on is just balls. And the second you find yourself off the wagon for a week for whatever reason, you get to do it all again. I used to Excedrin tablets every morning for the first week. Yes, because it has caffeine in it. Haha. 130 milligrams for 2 tablets, far less than what I was drinking though. That got me over the habit of drinking it, without the headache. Then I stopped the Excedrin cold turkey. Started to get my energy back on week 9. I had full-on adrenal fatigue though. Drink lots and lots of water when kicking it. I was drinking about 5 liters a day of water at first. You won't pee that much if you don't have caffeine with it. Other than the Excedrin edit, it's a big identity thing too. Gotta change to the guy that drinks water lol. Instead of the guy that has a Coke Zero in his hand like I was. It's super hard to kick, my gosh. Next is nicotine. Bleh. I had a fire in my man cave fireplace. Woke up the next morning and could smell gas. A small gas leak was coming from the fireplace. I crawled down into my crawl space in my basement and, luckily, found the shut-off valve. Shut it off. The following night, instead of fixing the leak, I went out back and chopped some wood and made a regular fire. It was awesome and kinda therapeutic. That valve has not been turned back on. Pure value. Awesome thread. MJ. I've added a few of these to my Christmas list. I'm going to do this. If it worked for you, it will for me. Excedrin is addictive, be careful. It's like the parachute when you jump out of a plane. You don't need it once you hit the ground. Or some other analogy that makes more sense lol. Stop Excedrin after a week for sure. Seriously. Purely my opinion, consult a doctor for real advice. Once again, I gotta say it. Plastic water bottles, especially when reused, contains estrogen. Okay, so I'll do a week of 2 pills, then a week at 1 pill, then cut it out completely. Perhaps find a suitable decaffeinated tea as a morning replacement as well. I'm very interested in this. Did you get a job or start a business after going through the course? Sent from ISMG 950U using TaperTalk. How to Write a Lot by Paul J. Sylvier. I'm currently writing my second ebook. By using a few simple methods from the book, I'm now able to write more while working less. I got the autonomous desk, which is awesome. Just gradually cut down to 1 cup a day. I did it. Thanks so much for the info. I was going to do more research and consider selling it. As a side note, so many people don't realize the harmful effects of body wash or shampoo or shaving cream. They are things used daily, so it's easy to add up years or decades of contact. Some researchers even established the connection between the chemicals and impotence. So I now use goat milk soap instead of body or hand washing. Shaving oil instead of shaving cream. BTW shaving oil is much more convenient for travelers. I used to do that too and it's super convenient. Light and disposable. Until I found out plastic chemicals can find their way into the water. Lemon probably even facilitates the process. Now I keep my use of plastic containers to the minimum, although sturdy ones usually are of higher quality. There are numbers at the bottom to indicate the quality of the material. I just avoid using them to give me peace of mind. An aluminium or stainless steel water bottle is also a great investment, clean canteen or hydro flask. If you dare to say, it doesn't provide much value, wait until you find out you haven't got one after blowing some mud out. Blowing some mud out lol. My Logitech K750 solar-powered keyboard. I found it at a thrift store for $4, but it costs anywhere around $32.99, $59.99. I love the keystrokes. Wait, solar power use, and I don't think I'll use any other keyboard for my personal PCs or laptops ever again. Add audible narration at 1.5x speed. Makes me read slower, but reading and listening at the same time helps it stick to my brain. Cheeseball alert. My wife's engagement ring. A ridiculous purchase on paper, immediate depreciation, came bundled with huge responsibilities and obligations, could easily be lost, stolen or possibly thrown at me at some point, etc. But the ROI from what it symbolized has been infinite. Also, this sweet fan from Home Depot. Arizona is hot. Blowing mud out? What have you been eating? Dietary fibers and seeds? You remind me of my principal, who used to term it, making cake apostrophe. I didn't know shit could get that bad. You know healthy stools aren't supposed to be in lumpy mud form, right? Shit aside, I used this for cleaning purposes in college. Not that I have a baby to wipe, but it's a great hack for wiping tables, dirt and dust off floors and spring cleaning in 10 minutes. Surprisingly good time saver. Great alternative to lugging around heavy vacuum cleaners or squeezing out washcloths with weariness. Fascinating thread. Some things on my list to buy. My wife got me a Kindle last Christmas. I'm sorry to say it gathers dust on a shelf. I like books and scribbling in them with my pencil. My contribution to the thread of something that provides incredible value is my smartphone. I can talk, text, and Skype or FaceTime people. I can take photos and even videos at any time. The best camera is the one you have with you. I can access the internet and read and respond to posts on forums and Facebook groups. I can listen to podcasts. I can send emails. I can communicate with my team on Basecamp. I can manage personal to-do lists using a simple app. I can copy or paste content I write in one place and post to many other places quite quickly too. I can transfer money between bank accounts while queuing to pay for the groceries. I can drop the kids to school and work on my phone in the car until traffic dies down. I can sit in a cafe or service station and check in and manage my business. I spend more time now running my business via my phone than my PC. All I need the PC for is to mess with spreadsheets and AdWords campaigns. And one day that will get delegated to. Because of my smartphone, I don't need to own or lug around a laptop. Because my smartphone is always on me, I can find time throughout the day to do bits of work, while I'm waiting for other things to happen. This is a rabbit hole to be careful of, but it's been a godsend to be able to work on coaches, in airports, and in waiting rooms. It's incredible really, that I'm not chained to a desk to get internet access and write hundreds of words a day. This post was written on my phone while I sit with a cup of tea in the kitchen and the kids watch cartoons in the playroom. My whole working life has changed beyond recognition, and no small part to this mobile office in my pocket. Not to mention how one resides in everyone else's pocket and they use them to do research, communicate, be entertained, and buy stuff. Which is all great news for what I do for a living. Edit, other stuff my phone is great for that I forgot to mention: GPS, Google Maps and a phone holder in my car, and I don't need any fancy sat-nav. I've even watched movies on Netflix on my phone. I dreamt of stuff like this when I was a kid. My German Shepherd. Hate to think of him as something I paid for, but that's exactly what I did. And now he's part of the family. When I've had a rough day, he's always pumped to see me. When I need to think, he's always down for a walk. Instead of sleeping, he's here at my feet at 5:24 am, and most importantly, when I travel he's with my family, always watching and listening. My huge mouse pad or desk mat. For $40 it is a fantastic value, not only for the mouse pad but the fact that my mouse will come off of it as the pad is the exact same size as my desk. It is also very comfortable for your wrist and hands when typing. I'm considering getting something like that. What's the name of that desk? Speaking of mud. Best $25 you will ever spend. I guarantee it. Question for anyone: how does your butt dry after cleaned or sprayed? Thanks. Do you reuse the towel or use a fresh one each time? I was actually looking for answers from experienced users. Not Google. Is the richest dietary source of lignans, a type of phytoestrogen. A phytoestrogen is a plant nutrient that is somewhat similar to the female hormone. Do you recommend a particular model? It is similar to female hormone estrogen, only in your mind. All the books I have bought. A foam roller, I have the exact same one MJ posted. A food scale, I am able to be accurate with the food I eat and has resulted in weight loss and improved health. A few home workout DVDs. I can use them over and over and pay no gym memberships, and that is all I can think of right now. Lol. Whatever. If you want to fill your body with chemicals that are very similar to estrogen, be my guest, but when I see you walking down the street with man boobs, don't be mad if I chuckle. That's fact. I was just going to post this. Once you have it, hard to go back. $25 is hard to beat. It takes 10 minutes to tap into your water system and set up. Kef Q500, bought it on sale for 50% off. Use it for hours every day. I get maximum enjoyment out of audio. The dollar value I got per hour of use is unbeatable. Only will get lower as time goes on. Even though the entire setup was $2K plus, worth every penny, I would do it again. George Foreman Grill. Less than $45. I used to use this every day in college. Just close it and wait. Cooks frozen. I'm looking into slow cookers, but I don't like how everything cooked on a slow cooker is soup-wire and moist. MacBook Pro. I don't care what anyone says about it being overpriced or useless. You either get it or you don't. I can never replace this for productivity. Name one alternative that satisfies all of the following: amazing color accurate screen, superb touchpad for photo editing and accurate tracking, really good battery life, very good build quality, holds resale value well. There is none. I paid $1,500 plus for it and pennies per hour of use. This is something I came up with when I would research and think about making an impulse purchase. It's obviously not a clear rule. Sometimes if I want something I just buy it. But I estimate the amount of value I get out of the product or service that I want to pay for in terms of consumption. For ROI and business, it's a different story. I give it a rating between 1 to 10 on how much enjoyment I get out of using it. For example, speakers are 10 or 10, maximum enjoyment. Very little tops good audio and listening to music in terms of the level of pleasure I get from it. Watching a movie, maybe around 7 or 10 or 8 or 10. Then I estimate how many hours of use it would realistically get, and the expected lifespan of product. So if I use it about 5 hours or day, maybe 5 days or week. 25 hours or week equals 100 hours or month equals 1,200 hours or year. Total cost or total hours equals $2,400 or 1,200 equals $2 per each hour of use. For the first year. If the expected lifespan is 5 years more for speakers usually, it's $2,400 or 6,000 equals $40 or hour. I use my speakers more than this. And even if I didn't, the enjoyment I get out of it is 10 or 10. Compare that to other consumption and fun activities: a movie in West Louisiana for $16 for 2-hour runtime. About $8 or hour. Enjoyment only 7 or 10 usually. Sometimes less. Eating out at an average weekend dinner place plus tip plus tax. $25 or person minimum plus $10 refreshments plus gas, etc. $50 or night. 4 hours. $12.50 or hour go-karts. I don't know, probably like $30 or hour. Not a clear and hard rule, but when you look at how much enjoyment you'll get out of something and how much it will cost you per hour of consumption or use, it puts into perspective how much it's costing you. A lot of equipment that seems expensive actually ends up being very cheap and full of value given how often you use it. I stopped spending money on things that don't give me a high level of enjoyment, has a high cost per hour, or isn't sentimental or important. Noticed a lot more purchases focused on things that last and get frequent use, over temporary things. Obviously you can easily be in self-denial and talk yourself into buying a new Corvette because it's only $30 or hour extra over the next car. This only works if you're honest with yourself and how much you can afford to begin with. Let's take this science or pseudoscience debate to another thread. One of the worst sources of value I've ever spent is my time in arguments regarding what is and is not a fact as it pertains to subjects of science. Regardless of who is right, it's not really relevant here. Agreed. Dork. Why have a forum? Every question on this forum can be Googled. Step 1, clean your butt using water. I just sit there and let the water clean my butt for 3 to 5 minutes. I use water until it's 100% clean. Step 2, use toilet paper to dry your butt. But here's the catch, the pressure of the water should be enough to clean the mud. Otherwise it won't work. After using this method you will never return back to what you're doing right now. The best values I ever paid for: a computer, internet connection and books. Books. Mainly I buy books, since I rather read digitally and not physically. Best thing: e-books are cheaper, and I like to have 100 plus very good and helpful books available in a movable computer. Besides that, I somehow live in the internet. It's kind of a home. It's crazy how much opportunity the internet is giving us. You can see on Instagram how other people live. You can see what's possible or not, and it encourages you to create your own life actively. This burst of enormous knowledge will help us to change the world in a better way dramatically. I'm so thankful to be a digital native and to experience all these opportunities. With books and learning from the experience of others, I can develop much faster and reach my dreams and targets. It's so valuable. It's crazy that some of the most life-changing knowledge only costs €5. For example, this was the price I paid for my best purchases lately are this and perhaps premature as I haven't dealt with the maintenance yet, but thus far I'm enjoying my off-road machine as a great value. I feel like a kid in this thing, whipping around the sand, the trails, and conquering mountains. I also get the enjoyment of hiking in some incredible picturesque naturescapes without the fatigue. There is also an incredible feeling of defiance in it. When you see a large hill composed of rock boulders, you can say, "F you, I'm going up it." While I knew I lived in a great place for nature and exploring, I never really spent time really digging into all the great places. This range and the Big Canyon is just minutes from my house. +1 hours was just a few hours away from being euthanized. The pound labeled him a danger. The truth turned out that he is the most friendliest dog I ever owned, let alone met. You could put a T-bone steak on your face and he would gracefully remove it, then lick your face dry. Not a day goes by when I realize how effed up animal care is around the world, even for man's best friend, the dog. OMG, that's great. I'm a buyer on that. We get a lot of legal and financial documents in PDF form. You can email them to your Kindle. Google it. If you have big hands, you might want to go with the long-handled version. Some of them open differently to change the blades, but they all do basically the same thing. Choosing the right blade is more important. A lot of the Japanese ones are high quality and very sharp. Beautiful dog, MJ. Sirave, that stuff is worth every penny. I use the cream pictured in the liquid bath soaps. Squatty Potty. Or generic knockoffs. Seems dumb until you use it for about a week. Then you realize your toilet hygiene has been wrong your whole life and you can never go back. Also just discovered Movie Pass. Unlimited theater entry, one movie or day for $10 or more. Great value if you go more than once a month. A man can never go wrong with a good dog. Lots of great items on this thread. Mine Instant Pot, pressure cooker, slow cooker, rice cooker, it does everything. Including Save My Marriage. Amazon Kindle, so many hours of reading and not lugging around books. Nubian Heritage African Black Soap, the smell is incredible and costs the same as the junk from your supermarket. Amazon Prime membership, free shipping, a Kindle lending library, and their streaming service. No brainer. Apothic Wine, a fantastic red blend for $8. Yup. Better than most $30 to $40 bottles out there. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Chemical is only inside your mind. For me, registering a corporation to reduce taxes. Coolthread. Kindle, check Mj's books among others, check current best value. This thing. Posture pump works better than any upper thoracic chiropractic adjustment I have ever had. My neck lost its natural curve somewhere in life and this is fantastic. I know it looks dopey but well worth the $120 spent. I also cannot live without this, worth every penny of the $400 cost. Your statements are out of context and generic. In flaxseed there are not health-threatening estrogens but only phytoestrogens. Natural phytoestrogens, lignans, in minimal quantities are not harmful to health and the contrary held to the body antioxidant functions. 1 spoon of flaxseed in the breakfast has only positive effects for health. Crotch rocket best 6K I ever spent. Audible have learned so much for a mere $25 per month. Protein or meal replacement powders convenient and a huge time saver. Don't forget the mixer bottle, another high value item. Exercise bands I spend most days in hotels for work. These are great for travel. Beachbody on demand, stream any BB program for only $99 a year. Amazing value if you are serious about fitness and enjoy BB programs. Cull clothing, especially the Renegade line of pants or shirts. I have sold so many co-workers on these. Just look them up if you're looking for some good outdoor clothing. Time for someone to start the worst value thread. A good computer with a solid-state drive. Just bought it on Black Friday weekend and it is already one of the best purchases I have ever made. The speed that it opens and loads web pages is absolutely insane. I normally buy $200 to $300 computers and only spent about $500 for this one. It is well worth the additional cost. Now that I have a baby, I don't understand why people don't just buy them. I wipe my makeup off with them, I clean my surfaces that don't involve food with them, I clean my hands, sticky stuff, not bathroom stuff, I clean my toddler, I can use them in a pinch if we're out of toilet paper. They're amazing. AKA, baking soda, whatever brand my favorite, use, seriously. Better than 99% of crap out there. Dirt cheap. Mix with just a small amount of water to make a paste, rub it under armpits and let it dry. I wash it off after a few minutes as I have sensitive skin and gets irritated if I don't, but some people just leave it on the skin. Don't take my word for it. Try it. Thank me later. Books plus Adidas track pants. $45 for a comfortable indoors and outdoor socially acceptable pants. Still wearing it 4 years later with a bit of wear and tear. I don't remember where I heard it, but I switched to baby wipes after hearing imagine stepping on dog shit and trying to clean it off your shoes with dry toilet paper. Have a pair of the Lux Neo 185 bidets being shipped as we speak to try this out. As far as the best value, every video game I buy turns out to be an incredible value for me. For $60 I get weeks or months of fun, compared to at least $100 for just one night out with my wife. I keep my brain and hand-eye coordination in good shape, and it exercises the creative and problem-solving parts of my brain. As an added bonus, we tend to eat out less while I'm saving the world for those few weeks. One of my recent favorites. First I was like shit, all the nice items have already been picked. Black Roland Alternative Odor Blocker 1. Alpine Music Safe €20 since I am going out to clubs and festivals a lot. I damaged my ears on a 12-hour rave when I was 19 and then had a tinnitus. Got infusions to increase blood flow in the head to help recover the ears. I have been wearing these now for 5 years, bought 4 pairs since then. You can hear people way better in loud venues with these and they keep all the extreme high noises out. Plus nobody even recognizes that I am wearing them. Keep your ears safe, lads. Your old self will thank you a lot. 2. The Prodigy concert €60 insane experience, surviving in the mosh pit for 1 or 2 hours felt like a ritual. 3. Bose Companion 3 €300 good audio quality is a must in my eyes. This 2.1 system is producing such a well sound, I would hate to miss them in my everyday life. Small yet loud, if needed. 4. These Mustang boots. €80 I wear them from September till April here in Germany. You can easily take -20 degrees Celsius with those and easily +15 degrees. Already bought a second pair. One to go out with and the other for fancy occasions. 5. NetIPot. The NetIPot has been a game changer when you're starting to get a cold. You can also do it preventive warm water, sea salt, let it rinse through your nose. It's really uncomfortable at first, but it works way better than anything you'll get from Big Pharma. It treats stuffed nose and throat issues. Since your throat often gets infected by the bacteria coming down from your nose. 6. The one thing out of all books, this one blew my mind the hardest, and the lessons learned from it will definitely make myself a fortune. I read this just 2 months ago, and this book was exactly what I needed for my current life situation and where my business is currently at. For me, it's always been my utility bills, water or sewer, gas, and electric. Fresh water in, wastewater out. An endless cooking flame or source of heat. So much electricity that even Clark Griswold couldn't kill the nuclear electric power plant with his 250-string 25,000 white Christmas bulb extravaganza once the right switch was flipped, of course. I noticed some of you said internet, but maybe you're taking these other things for granted. No electricity, no internet, no water, and all your fancy toilet paper, pre-moistened wipe debates head right outside to that lovely little outhouse. Try going without indoor plumbing or electricity for a week or even a few days and then come back here and tell me it's not an amazing value for a modest amount per day. Or just turn your water heater off and see how that goes over with the family. I'm a landlord, and trust me, it gets real ugly real fast when I have to turn the water off to my building to replace a section of leaking copper pipe. The nicest of people get antsy within a few short hours. In Africa there are families thrilled to tears, literally, with a small solar panel and a single light bulb so their kids can read inside after dark. We're all spoiled, and that's why it's so challenging to come up with a way to add that oh so elusive thing called value to the lives of people living in the first world. If you could travel back a few hundred years and tell people we eventually come up with a way, year-round, for other people to grow your food, transport your food, and then cook that food in a restaurant so someone else can pick it up and deliver it within minutes still steaming hot to your front door, well, they wouldn't have believed it. So, for me, basic utilities are the best value going. But I did read through this entire thread, and some of your gadgets and must-haves were pretty cool. An ergonomic keyboard for sure. I have this $30 one, and it feels so much more natural than a regular flat keyboard. It takes an hour or so to get used to, but then it's smooth sailing from there. Additionally, a vape to quit smoking. Nothing like ripping puffy clouds and changing weather patterns while typing on my ergonomic keyboard. Obviously. Changed my whole life. I probably wouldn't be where I am now without it. Aside from that, Bose Quiet Comfort 35 noise-cancelling headphones. Using them nearly all day while working, reading and some entertainment. Allows me to get deep focus. Also my MacBook Pro. Just gets shit done without any fuss. Using it all day for years now. Dishwasher less than 3 saves us a lot of time. I only posted in here because seriously, we have a mini thread inside it about how to clean and wipe your ass from grown folks. Not sure I could stand sitting on the toilet another 3 to 4 minutes with cold water hitting my crack, or getting up to check every few to see if it is clean only to sit back down. Might have to go for the combo of the water spray and baby wipes, which we use sometimes already anyways. A 3D printer. It's astounding to me what an $800 machine can create when combined with a CAD program. Imagination. $30 worth of plastic filament, time, and effort. If you can imagine it, you can build it. Prior to 3D printing becoming affordable, I had a CNC milling machine, and even simple projects were a nightmare compared to the ease of printing. You don't have to get up and check. After some practice you'll know exactly how much time you need with different kinds of mud. My iPhone 4, it entertained me when I had to wait in line etc. for many years. My iPod 5th gen got me through Midland High School. MJ's audiobooks made me realize I can get rich. Could not agree more. MJ's book gave me the validation to my thinking that I had practiced all along, but was never confident because of my failures. The book was the best investment. Other than that, 5 years ago I moved from PC to Mac, bought MacBook Air, best product. Still faster than my 2-year-old PC. I still need for some work. I want to go in for a new Mac laptop, but this 5-year-old one is working so well, almost not wanting to let it go. A dumb phone. Cost $15 better signal than my prior $700 costing Android. Unbelievable battery life and it never breaks. Higher privacy, no worry about unscrupulous apps, battery life and built-in surprisingly efficient task manager. I have had it for years, and have no plans to change. It doesn't go off unless something is important, and that is how I like life. A $2 MP3 player from China. I download podcasts and save them for on the go. I have also listened to many books this way, exporting the file to MP3 then playing them. A few that comes to mind is my home gym, power rack, Eleco bar, all weights and old stationary bike for warming up. Bose Quiet Comfort 15 noise cancelling headphones. Books like The Or, Thinking Fast and Slow, The 50th Law and Nassim Taleb's Inserto series. Not even a question. For anyone who loves to run, there's nothing better, in my mind, to go run the trails for a few hours, and nothing makes it more simple and more enjoyable than this. It's also a necessity for ultramarathons. My memory foam mattress plus the used motorcycle I got for $3,000. So much joy from riding. I love cooking on this thing. It's great for breakfast food and my favorite healthy dinner meals, hibachi style meat and vegetables. I bought each of my kids. They can literally be on these for hours every single day. The only problem is I can't get them to ride bikes now, lol. Acupressure mat. There are a zillion of these being private labeled on Amazon. They're all the same, so just go for the cheapest one. I think I got mine for $20 or so. I could talk forever about how beneficial this thing has been to my life, but I'll just copy and paste the ad description. You'll likely experience some discomfort when initially trying it, but try to push through the first few minutes of pain and you'll feel amazing after. The best value I ever paid for was a stand-up comedy course. I have always felt comfortable talking to crowds, but this course taught me how to really relax and feel at home on stage as I would speaking to friends in the pub. Moreover, it improved my confidence in day-to-day life. I can tell you that once you have died on stage in a comedy club, most social or business situations are a breeze. If anyone reading this is based in London, I can warmly recommend the course I took, which is still going strong 10 years later. It has probably made me more money for the cost than anything else I've ever had. If I didn't have a calculator, I'd be breaking rocks in a quarry with a chipping hammer. It makes me look or feel smart even though I don't even know what all the keys are for. I believe one of the cheapest best inventions in the last century. Well, when I started this thread, I had no idea it was gonna cost me hundreds of dollars, perhaps thousands. I like to code in the dark, but that's very hard when your keyboard doesn't light up. The extra programmable buttons on the left are a great asset as well. Makes me copy or paste at the speed of light. After reading in Tools of Titans, I'm also heavily considering the Chili Pad, since I dread sleepless nights during hot summers. I was going to say that any product that I end up using more times than I thought I would when I bought it, is a great value to me. And the reverse it true as well. But since the thread started with gym equipment, I would pitch the GoFit Muscle Hook Gallery equals media, 123 screenshot 2017 12:20 GoFit Muscle Hook by Supercar posted December 20, 2017 at 2:22 a.m. org gallery. Oh, how could I forget? The best value was about 100 rubles that I paid back in 1993 to learn English well enough to come to the US. My iPhone and the freedom that it gives me. A mobile office, a mobile knowledge library, a camera. Also the wonderful invention of audiobooks, giving me the fast lane to knowledge. Cat I adopted. Best value I've gotten in recent memory was through the Podcasters Paradise membership run by John Lee Dumas JLD of Entrepreneur on Fire. Not only is there a video for every step of podcast planning to production, along with checklists for everything, JLD and his team do a lot of things that he calls unscalable. Stuff like a personal welcome video, a quick welcome phone call and even a 10-minute consult. I went from podcast newbie to up and running much faster than I could have imagined. Even their free content is fantastic. Ha, already have one. Don't know what the heck you're talking about, but I guess it's a prelude to spam. I didn't expect this kind of response from this post, but it exceeded expectations. Lots of good stuff here, some things I didn't even know existed. And it's always great to see one's perspective on relative value. Marked notable as I hope this thread continually updates in perpetuity. I would have to go with the Tandy 4000 my parents got for Christmas in the late 80s. I technically paid $0, but being a computer nerd at early age has paid off in spades. For me, it's the Jira subscription. It has a bunch of features, but essentially it does two things for me: make me work hard. Its ticket system has a number, so every time I do something, the number increases. So I feel rewarded for taking action. Make me work smart. Its journaling system has a nested page feature, so I can analyze multiple level deep, and I can find the root cause, make tiny improvement, find the hole in my process and make it more efficient. It sounds complex, but I give it credit for all of my successes past year. I'd have to say the $30 slow cooker I got at Costco, although any decent slow cooker will do. Cuts down on time spent prepping or cooking and saves me a ton of money because of how easy it is to make delicious food at home and in large quantities. Too great for meal prep. My car. 53 to 57 mpg average. $25 fill up. Never need to worry about getting raked in gas prices. Traded in my 4x4 Tundra, because honestly I didn't need it. I'm going to give an extra shout out to the. I swear at first I thought, oh, I don't want to read on such a tiny screen, boo-hoo. But once I started, I can't get enough of it. Just buy ebooks, download them to your Kindle app and bam, instant reading. Suddenly I have a steady stream of high-quality entertainment, not lowbrow at all like texting or Facebook. The best part? The app itself is free. The value is in the knowledge of the books I have to pay for, technically. Anything else? I want to avoid the obvious like smartphone or laptop. Yes, I carry it everywhere, along with wallet, phone, and keys. People think I'm silly or old school for it, but it keeps my hair looking fresh as FCK. Lastly, having my friend help me put in my old Beta. Bluetooth capabilities on a 2005 truck. Very easy to install by the way for anyone curious. Great for podcasts, music, and audiobooks. Sony was too expensive, so I decided to be one of the early adopters of Dell solid-state drives. Bought it, was very happy initially, then I noticed I started losing Excel files, and many of my JPEG images were getting corrupted. I spent hours with customer service. They ran long diagnostic routines but could not find anything, said everything was normal. Luckily I bought a warranty with it, so I put the laptop on a 2x4 in my driveway and ran it over with a car. Got a replacement laptop with a disk hard drive. Still using it. But this is the last Dell that I will ever own. I just learned how to get the Amazon Kindle Android app to read books out loud. Just make sure to go into settings in TalkBack and enable a hardware shortcut to turn TalkBack on or off. Else, it is extremely annoying when you need to navigate the phone. I think Alexa can read Kindle books out loud too. That is if you can stand having her around your house. Are you still loving Evernote? I used it when it was brand new years ago. Almost went back a year or so ago, but heard they'd made a lot of upgrades that screwed with performance. Thoughts? Before you go with Evernote, give OneNote a try. I used both in parallel and Evernote is not worth paying a yearly subscription if you ask me. However, one thing to consider is that OneNote and Evernote take a slightly different approach. There are a lot of reviews and comparisons out there. For example, I love my Instant Pot. I bought my first for Cyber Monday. It is truly the crown jewel of my mini kitchen that I built inside a 20 shipping container out where I work. Today for Christmas dinner, using the Instant Pot, in about 2 hours we cooked 2x pork roasts, a giant batch of teriyaki chicken and jasmine rice in a single pot, at the same time, and a huge pot of mashed potatoes. The meat was as tender as any I've ever cooked or had before. My whole team is buying them for their wives and mothers. Lol. I haven't had any issues with performance. It's not uncommon for me to quickly get some ideas down on my phone Android and organize them or develop them on my computers later. Haven't had issues with the Windows or Android app. I've had some difficulties on Linux, but that's because their web interface doesn't have the features of the Windows app. I'm also surprised at the online MS tools working on the browsers, but don't use them as often as Evernote. Best price or value ever had? Haha. I got one for Christmas. Actually, I got 3. I didn't ask for a lot. But, now I am scared to use it. Any tips? Thanks. They are pretty safe compared to, say, a straight razor. You may find yourself getting nicked more often if you are not careful. Just go a bit slower and be careful around the chin. Investing in a styptic pencil from the drugstore is a good idea. It will stop bleeding from nicks very fast and you won't walk into work with little blots of toilet paper on your face. Use a good quality lubricating shave cream and you're golden. Sadie. Have had a blast with her. From puppy until now. Fake sleeping in the photo. Another one spending a few bucks on AdWords and getting real information on your market. Significantly better than working with zero data and hoping for the best after wasting much more time of your limited life than those few dollars were worth. Blue light blocking glasses. $20.30 usually. They have removed my headaches when working with the computer and my eyes are less tired after long sessions of work. Cough, cough, surfing the internet, cough. They also helps me sleep better if I use sunscreen with blue light at night. Actually I have one model that is not yellow, but the image proofs better the concept. The domain name for the business I'm building, and your books. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Most books provide a great return if you can glean one nugget of wisdom that moves you forward. Even fiction. The books by Patrick Rothfuss are a great example where I gleaned wisdom from the Edemra and Kvoth's dedication to learning their ways. Other items: 1. My MBA, it cost me time only and resulted in a well-paying job as far as those things go, a love for entrepreneurship, and a strong belief in my ability to learn and adapt to whatever may come my way. 2. My Vitamix blender, the thing is a workhorse! 3. My big Berkey water filter, I like knowing that I'm drinking really clean water without fluoride. Best value from a health perspective: CrossFit membership, coconut oil, apple cider vinegar, Life Extension Foundation supplements, great quality 2-a-day multi, turmeric, fish oil, zinc. Per this thread, I bought one of these things. Damn SHT, this thing is painful. The first time I laid on it I felt like someone was taking a blowtorch to my back. It went away after 10 minutes and then afterward I totally felt different, in a good way. Can't quite explain it. Sleepy but alert, energized by peaceful. It was the strangest thing. I hope the blowtorch thing goes away. If you're really brave, try standing on it with bare feet. Junior golf clubs for my daughter, $200. Now I can enjoy my favorite activity with my favorite person. Learned Linux. Cost me nothing. Using Ubuntu to surf the web is so much nicer than the stuff Microsoft puts out nowadays. More secure too. My passport. With it, I can go pretty much anywhere in this big, weird world. Every trip abroad makes me a little less of a provincial. Haven't used it as much lately as I would have liked to, though. A modified Confidence Power plus treadmill plus IKEA Frederick desk plus 2 free computer monitors equals the best dang treadmill desk ever. No joke, I've probably walked over 100 miles on this little treadmill, and the dual monitor make things so much easier with having multiple web pages open. Another thing I couldn't live without, I use legal pads every single day. For writing notes, reminders and my to-do list, I've tried Evernote and Trello and a bunch of other digital note-taking or productivity apps, but when it comes down to it, nothing beats a good old legal pad. Another thing I love is Google Drive for backing up all of my computer files. For $2 a month, I don't have to worry about my files if my computer takes a dump, and I can store and create endless amounts of documents and spreadsheets in Google Drive to collaborate with my virtual assistants. Sadie Part Deuce. I saw that soccer ball at Academy one day. Sadie likes playing fetch with soccer balls. So, why not a tiny one for the house? LOL, she popped it in a matter of minutes. Only fitting she popped it on the cushion she ripped. SMH. Lol, I just had a salesman trying to sell me one of these last week at Costco. It was like $400 and I couldn't justify that, but it does look extremely nice. I got my Vitamix using points from a rewards program. It takes smoothies to a whole new level. I can put kale and spinach and puree it so it's smooth and has zero grit. Every bit as good as Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It has its own cookbook as you can make nut milks, soups, etc. It also is great at making frozen margaritas. I've used it daily for 4 years now. Edit, to clarify, not daily margaritas, yet. The best value I paid for is an internet connection because the internet is the last place where you can find the truth outside political correctness. Just thought of a second one. A $10 journal from Target. I followed this guy below's advice and started a journal. The idea for me isn't to write down what happened today. The idea is to take notes when I watch YouTube videos or read books. Or to capture ideas when I'm brainstorming big decisions. A place to store mind maps. He uses the idea of creating the best book you've ever read by taking notes of what you think the best ideas are from the videos and books you consume. For me, I'll watch a great video, or read a really good book, and a month or a week later I've forgotten it. This really helps. It's also neat to be able to go back through it and re-see some of the cool things that I found a few months ago. Here's one of the videos that got me started. Warning, he uses NSFW language at the beginning. Not bad, but NSFW. Speaking of writing notes, to-dos, and other things, here's I found incredible. The template is free on the inside for insiders. A snowplow for my truck has been my best value investment in a while. Saves hours of time and backache for anyone living in a climate that gets snow. Backdrop and lighting setup shown here in its infancy. Cost? Probably $400 when totally built. Creates like $6,000 in value per month. Best rolls of construction paper in the universe. The way I calculate value is to take the total amount of the price of whatever I am buying and divide it by the amount of times I will use it. For example, $2,000 suit worn twice a year equals waste of money. A top-of-the-line $2,000 Mac for web dev and programming used every day equals good value. Product ID anyone? These things seem to clean anything. In fact, if you buy a box of them and head off to the Goodwill store, I'm sure you can buy anything there filled with dirt, grime, rust, clean it up, and resell at a profit. Scrub daddies can't hold a candle to 'em. These things are basically just slightly more durable forms of melamine foam but work 100% exactly the same for cleaning. Mr. Clean costs like $10 for an 8-pack. Melamine foam is $10 for, literally, 100 of them. Now, I'm sure most of us don't need 100 bricks of slightly less durable cleaning erasers, but it's a good demonstration of how a company added value to a cheap product just over free, really. They saw that melamine cleaned well but didn't hold up all that great, added some durability to the things, and charged 10x more for them. An AeroPress $20-ish, a decent coffee grinder $100-ish to whatever you feel like spending, and an electric kettle $20-ish. I didn't even realize these existed until I moved out of the country, but great for making a quick cup of coffee or tea. If you like coffee and normally drink pre-ground stuff from a normal coffee maker, this will turn you into coffee lover. Grind or brew 1 cup at a time, as strong as you'd like, cleans up in maybe 10 seconds. I'll take this even over very high-end automatic machines. They had them at a couple of my jobs, and they got really nasty on the inside and were always breaking. An overseas job. For those of us who still need the day job, go find one on a different continent. If you've never lived outside of your home country before, it's literally the best thing you'll ever get paid to do, even if the job is shitty. Giant bottles of multivitamins or vitamin C or vitamin D or potassium or magnesium. Not going to derail the thread debating the usefulness of these, but I'm pretty happy with my health considering the dumpster fire of unhealthy shit that I've put my body through over the years. Also, $90 is a bargain to join the trackball master race. And finally, the thing people need without realizing they need. A cheap VPS or ready to use as a backup server or remote computer. Few bucks per year to as much as you'd like to spend. If you want your stuff backed up, you need a local or remote backup. If your house catches fire, your external backup drive isn't going to help. There are plenty of online services that are fine if you're just backing up docs, but if you're trying to back up a significant amount of stuff, lots of pictures for instance, or your entire hard drive, then having your own remote computer is really the way to go. Note that if you're using or considering anything for this, make sure to read the fine print. I checked into some of the popular backup services before my last international move for dumping a couple of hard drives too, and they're basically all scams. Check their fine print. After a surprisingly small amount of transfer, they throttle you hard. I forget the numbers, but for a full recovery of a 2 TB disk, it would literally take multiple months. They clearly don't intend their services to be used for that, even though they market them as if it were a viable option. They're probably fine for docs, but if you're just worried about docs, then a free Dropbox account is probably fine. Backing up entire disks seems less common these days, but it's nice to know that, in theory, I could be up and working again tomorrow, exactly where I left off, but on a new computer, in case my laptop falls in the ocean or whatever. For significant backups, there are some cloud options that could work, but they're usually much more pricey than an equivalent budget VPS or DEDI without the added benefit of being an always-on or accessible computer that you can run stuff on. Remote in on your phone and do something that needs a real computer without having to lug around a laptop or just in case your laptop falls in the ocean. Remote in or tunnel if you need a secure US IP while abroad, or vice versa. Be able to leverage a data center internet connection if needed, host your own sites with full control, etc. etc. I ditched my mouse for this many years ago, never looked back. featured, plus max rep. Great backstory. It's also an example of how powerful great branding can be. It not only makes me feel good, but it helps me think more clearly and be more effective when working. It also increases my nutrition for fitness and general body health. Some of you may say yuck to the fish oil, but it tastes like lemony olive oil rather than fish. Liquid is supposedly better than capsules. I've been doing this combination for a while and I get the same feeling I got when I took happy pills back in college. 5,000. I'll second that fish oil. The pills were nasty and I burped up a cod-like smell. Taking a spoonful of the liquid is a pleasant experience, as it genuinely tastes good. But I'm also the guy that enjoys the taste of a big roll of Igora. I also do 5,000 of D daily and have for a decade. It removes almost all of my seasonal depression. There was an article recently that all of the research that recommends RDA to the level it is at significantly less than 1,000 was based on a statistically flawed paper. It's been wrong for decades. For a while, I took a zinc, magnesium, B6 pill right before bed ZMA. It gave me improved workout recovery. However, I have to avoid zinc supplements anywhere near my bedtime now. If I take it, I get terrible night terrors and disrupted sleep 2 or 3 of the time. It used to knock me out easily from the magnesium, but I'm hypersensitive to zinc now. Well, it's an interesting point and I thoroughly investigated this after your post. To my eyes, most of the hoopla about potassium alum salt stems from overly vocal voices that are concerned with greenwashing. To be clear, I've been using this rock daily from the early 90s and nothing has changed with it, not even the packaging, so this product precedes any of this debate. But an important distinction is that regular deodorants are actually antiperspirants. Their main chemicals: aluminium chlorohydrate, aluminium chloride, aluminium hydroxybromide, or aluminium zirconium, work by being absorbed into the skin and blocking the natural sweating process of the pores. Hey, great idea. Block the natural cooling mechanism. With those typical products, there is no question that aluminium is actually getting absorbed into the skin. That's how they are intended to work. That's not factoring in the perfumes, dyes and whatever else they're made from, which no doubt varies per brand. But with this potassium alum salt, not only are the molecules supposedly much bigger, but because your pores continue to sweat, there's a natural rejection of bodily fluids. For cuts and scrapes, this type of salt is actually an antiseptic used for exactly that purpose, as well as for internal hemorrhoid treatment. So I'm not too concerned with the toxicity of potassium alum salt specifically. It's also used in food preparation as well as in water treatment, but I guess you've got to form your own conclusion. I'm always open to be convinced otherwise with a compelling argument. In a world full of risks, the most dangerous thing we face is probably the simple overabundance of food. Apparently, the potassium alum doesn't stay as potassium alum but dissolves into ionic aluminium once it gets in contact with water. I found a nice article regarding the topic. The full study she's referencing is unfortunately behind the paywall, but the conclusion can still be read in the abstract. It seems like aluminium ions have a stabilizing effect on collagen, closing the pores, like traditional antiperspirants. In addition, they are the smallest form of aluminium, which would lead me to believe that they do get absorbed into the body. The part about them being used as antiseptics is really interesting. It doesn't seem to be one of the most commonly used antiseptics, but aluminium triacetate is approved by the American FDA. My assumption would be that the prevention of an infection outweighs or potentially outweighs the long-term risk of the heavy metal compounds. According to the FDA, it is only meant for external use for temporary relief of minor skin irritations, since the period of usage is relatively short and the area of application will usually have fewer pores than the armpits. The absorbed amount should be minuscule compared to the lifelong usage of antiperspirants. Well, I hate to clog up the forum with this stuff going back and forth, but you've presented some pretty good articles there. The chemical of the day site seems very rational and balanced in its approach. The other article about this on the site is a better summary. I still believe that's a far better alternative than existing deodorants, but it does alter my value proposition somewhat. At least it might demote it from greatest value to decent value. There doesn't seem to be a direct link to external skin use and aluminium buildup in the body. Nor is there solid evidence of a specific amount of accumulated aluminium in the body causing disease. However, there are some correlations and warning signs. I don't think the manufacturer is deceptive in any way because they've been around for decades. I think it's just an issue of the research catching up with the reality. Good find. The question now, is there an effective substance that could accomplish the same thing in a safer way? A possible opportunity to improve this. Groceries continue to be a pretty good value for me. Depends on what those groceries are. Processed long shelf life food might seem like a good value, but in the end it will cost you dearly in energy, productivity, and healthcare costs. Type 2 diabetes starts with cheaply processed engineered food often found on the interior of grocery stores. Cheap and yes, seemingly valuable, but ultimately expensive. I've found that Primal Bit Paste works better. I've used the crystal deodorant in the past, but in hot or humid weather I had to reapply every 4 to 6 hours. Primal Bit Paste works all day for me. I've only used the unscented and haven't tried any others. The ingredients are as follows: shea butter, non-aluminium baking soda, coconut oil, beeswax, arrowroot powder, vitamin F from sunflowers. Interesting seeing this deodorant discussion. One of my flying mentors used to sell X-ray equipment and he talked about how you could literally see the aluminium in people's armpits from deodorant. They recommended those saltstone ones, but they didn't seem to work that well for me. I've just been using what I can find in the grocery store that's aluminium-free, Tom's of Maine, and Hammer, but this sounds much better. She seems to have a great little business as well. Thanks for sharing. $70 for the most fun you can have with your pants on. Something I'm amazed that nobody posted yet, is that you should figure out if you even need deodorant in the first place. Diet and genetics can play a pretty significant role in not only how much you sweat but how you smell when you do sweat. If you don't sweat all that much, and don't smell offensive when you do sweat, you can probably get away without using the stuff in the first place in most situations. Of course you can't trust your own nose for this, you really need to ask someone you trust to give it to you straight. And of course common sense applies. If you'll be out in the sun all damn day or get active without the opportunity to shower or change, all bets are off. Thanks for the heads up on these. I always see their ads in magazines but never thought much about it. The rubber mats in my Acura are just destroyed and I need new ones. Gonna order some up right now. This winter has been nuts for weather. It is nasty out. Isn't this an apples to oranges comparison? I thought Scrub Daddy was primarily for dishes. Not sure if you ended up getting a Kindle or not. This thing changed my life. This is the item that has had the biggest impact for the value that I can think of. I am a huge fan of paper books. I love the feel, the smell, the texture, the weight of them. I was so against getting an e-reader for the longest time. I used to work in a northern location that required me to fly in fly out every week. I would always bring a book with me to read on my shift. One flight was delayed so badly that I ended up finishing my book before I even got on the flight. I was stuck for both flights, plus my entire shift, with no book. That was the breaking point. I got myself a Kindle and now I am addicted to the thing. I can get a book anytime I want, from almost anywhere I am. I always have about 3 books queued up and ready to go. I never want to be stuck in a situation like that again. Books also seem cheaper on it than they are in paper format, which is always a plus. There are also a lot of older autobiographies that are 100% free on them. I highly recommend the autobiography of Andrew Carnegie. Funny you posted this. Tomorrow is the day I get one. I debated getting a more advanced or fancier version like the Oasis or whatever, but everyone raves about the Paperwhite and some people have battery issues with the Oasis, so I figure it's the safest bet for my first reader. Thanks for the recommendation, Brother. These cost only $9.90 now at your local Uniqlo store. These are like dress pant slacks with sweatpant comfort. 10 or 10 would recommend. No, because in fact, that was my trial. A pan I was cleaning wouldn't clean with the scrub daddy no matter how hard I scrubbed. Was gonna toss the pan away. In a last-ditch effort, the magic eraser did it in seconds. LOL, I never used deodorant. I didn't even know what it was until high school when I saw other kids rolling stuff into their armpits. I started using it because I thought that's what everyone does. But then stopped in college. I haven't used any in 20 years and I still have friends. Did you buy it? I have a Paperwhite. I never use it. Spot me at $20 at the summit. It's yours. The Paperwhite is fantastic when reading other languages. If you run into a word you don't understand, and have the right foreign language library installed, you can tap on it and get a definition in English. If he doesn't take you up on that offer, I will. I've been using my cell phone with the Kindle app and have an actual Kindle that I bought in 2010, which I haven't used. I love the Kindle, it just makes things so simple. Sent from my SMG 930W8 using TaperTalk. Sold. I've seen a few people mention these already, but jumping on the bandwagon here. One I bought a $1,100 course on working out that got me a workout program, coach support, daily lessons, and access to a community that I can ask questions in. It was so hard to fork over the cash, but holy crap, it changed my life. I gained 22 pounds of muscle in a year and my brain just worked better. 2 related to number 1, Vitamix Blender. Magic Bullet can suck it. I was making 3 shakes a day, so I needed some pro shit. 3 BTC and ETH4 Kindle. I still use a Kindle DX with a 9.7-inch screen and I'm never replacing that thing until Amazon releases a Kindle with a big screen again. I never thought I'd use it much, but I've never read so much in my life. It's really changed my daily routine. I like holding a book in my hands and making notes in the margins, but you can't deny the convenience. It's one of those things that if it broke right now, my life would stop until I found another one to replace it with. Edit PS. If you're curious about the workout in number 1, it was scrawny to brawny from there. They don't offer the program anymore, so don't bother trying to find it. Is it the 3rd Gen one? Looks like it came out after June 30, 2015. If so, I will absolutely take that offer. Just looked. I bought it in 2015. But, it is a Paperwhite 2, serial number 9017. Thanks for looking that up. I'm going to pick up the 3rd Gen version today, as that was the one I had my eyes on though. Also means I can use it on the plane trip down to the event. I'm 100% positive someone else will pick it up from you though. Rep plus for the offer, it was always super generous. I'm just admittedly unreasonably picky when it comes to stuff like this. Can't wait to meet you at the event. No problem. Is next in line. It's only a month away until the summit. 1 month away. I really appreciate it, whatever version it is better than what I currently have. That is a great price. I am sure that equals out to about $50 CDN right now. As someone who just sent a giant wire in CDN to pay for a USD invoice, that sounds about right. This thread makes me poor. I ordered a chunk of stuff. Bose Quiet Comfort 20 wireless earbuds. The sound of silence is priceless on airplanes or a noisy cafe. I always said I would buy another pair, immediately, if I lost these. Unfortunately, I left mine on an overseas flight and wasn't able to recover them. Just bought again today. Sigh. Get 'em. Anyone who tries them buys a pair after. Just arrived. Can't wait to pick up some books and start using this thing. If I had to choose, I would choose my Kindle as well. I still remember when I was moving from place to place on a weekly basis and my backpack had always 3 or 4 thick books inside. This is just the best travel companion imaginable. Although if I really had to make a choice between my Kindle and my pull-up bar, I would be in serious trouble. Well, after finishing a book in one day, 132 pages, so a short book, I can totally see the appeal of the Kindle now. Never understood why anyone would get one when smartphones are so prevalent, but now I totally get it. Firstly, it doesn't strain my eyes. It's very easy to read in any light level. The front light on a Kindle is worlds better for reading than the back light on a smartphone. Also, this thing is so much easier to pick up than a physical book. I never really considered picking up a book hard before. But I also would never pick up a book if I didn't have dedicated time to pick it up for. It could be literally right next to me, but the desire to pick it up and read 3 pages wasn't there. On the Kindle it has that same easy access as a smartphone. Wife runs to the store with the kids and I can just pick it up, be exactly where I left off, read 10 pages, put it down, and not feel upset at having to stop. No trying to figure out what page I was on, what part of the page I was in, worry about closing the book without a bookmark, etc. The time left in chapter is also a super nice touch. It's no different from just flipping ahead in a book and seeing what's left, but having it there and available at all times is just nice. Same with the progress percent through the book. It's a nice touch. I can't accurately describe it, but there's a certain je ne sais quoi about this device that just makes it ultra easy to pick up. Maybe this is all just new device excitement and I'm in the honeymoon phase of a new thing in my life, but so far I'm totally sold on it. If it wasn't for this thread I never would have considered getting one. How are the earbuds? I've never had an earbud fit in my ears snugly. Any movement, especially at the gym, and they fall out. I have to look like an idiot with the huge Beats headphones. I like the AirPods a lot for the gym. I sweat a lot and they still never move out of place. Sound quality is good too. Made my life so much easier in the gym. Normally most upper-class earbuds have changeable rubber caps to fit any ear. From what I understand about most gyms, shouldn't you just put your music on its loudest setting, turn the speakerphone on, and proceed to curl in the squat rack? In business, cheap, very powerful search program. You can set its targets. It can get into email, PDFs, etc. Saves each of our engineers probably an hour a day some value. Maybe my favorite thing about being on the fast lane is getting to shop, buy ingredient labels, finding what's healthiest for me, and not having to worry about the price tag. I haven't had to look at the price of food in like a year, and I've never felt better. Nope, you described your love of the Paperwhite accurately. I've had mine for a few years and still feel the same as you've described. Enjoy. Yes, that and having no alarm clock to wake up to is one of life's greatest treasures. And they both don't cost a ton of money. I used to be the same way. Any earbuds used to hurt my ears after 30 minutes of use or simply fall out. I think my ears must be smaller than average. However, I picked up a pair of and haven't looked back. They fit snug and comfortable. Sounds quality is good too. Haha, never been a fan of Beats. I have some larger Oppo PM3s I use when I'm at desk that sound magnificent, but aren't noise cancelling. The Bose QC20 earbuds come with 3 sets of rubber caps for different size ears, large, medium and small. I found an excellent fit with the small, although the medium works as well. I also had to get a replacement ear cap with my last set because I broke the rubber cap installing it incorrectly. Bose was super nice and sent me out a free replacement as SAP. Awaken the Giant Within. Tony Robbins picked it up at Goodwill for $3 while I was buying sales books. has helped me understand myself and those around me at a whole new level. I can't remember the last time I set an alarm. I do remember the way it felt to want to kill myself every morning at the sound of the buzzer though. I resisted the Bluetooth earpiece for a decade because I didn't want to look like a Star Wars character. Now that I'm cycling 100 miles per week, I needed a way to take calls while on my bike. This is the best device I've ever purchased. I can listen to music and screen calls since it audibles the phone number of the incoming call. I accidentally left it at home the other day. No bueno, $15 for a full. It's brilliant. Update, I got my driver's license and I passed the vision test without glasses. Yes, those surgeries are still the best thing I ever bought. Growing old is not for sissies. The best value that I paid for was made quite recently. It was business related. I paid $700 for a detailed memorandum from a lawyer that was specialized in the industry that I'm currently investigating. That $700 probably saved me close to 6 months, if not more, of tedious research. Plus the precision I got from this was outstanding. It gave me a better understanding of which direction I needed to take in order to cross the next milestone of my journey. If you're into cooking, then pick up a biomineral pan. This thing is basically indestructible and cooks the best steaks on the face of the planet. Just bought this based on your post. Amazing product. Before, I used normal earphones in the gym which I needed to crank up to the max to hear my music above the loud fitness music and bragging beta dudes. Now I can even listen to podcasts. Great value. Oops, you might want to consider returning them. I just got new ones because the foam ear pads on the Bose QC35 disintegrated after about a year of use. Expected a bit more usage for the price. We'll probably send them to Bose though, maybe they'll replace the part. They did the same with the older model I had before the QC35. I now have the Sony WH-1000XM2. Even better noise cancelling, more comfortable and longer battery life. I don't use the big ones in the gym though, too sweaty with the over-ear style. Have the Bose Quiet Control 30 in-ear for that. Noise cancelling is just as good as the big ones, but personally I can't wear them for longer time because my ears start to hurt because of their form. Perfect for the gym though. Although the round-the-neck battery or whatever it is could be improved. Maybe I'll go back to the previous non-wireless QC20 in-ear because of that. I'm literally glued to the QC35 right now. They are perfect for podcasts because of no background sound. I use them when in the gym to noise cancel all the shit music and background noise. You can properly concentrate on your lifts. They are the only reason I'm able to go back in there. Focus on the squeeze and muscle-mind connection. When I row on the C2 at home I can listen to audiobooks. That's how I listen to ATM. On planes they are absolutely amazing. With no sound on you can hear the inside of the engine burning the fuel. I don't know what the sound really is but it's a calming tone similar to a Bunsen burner. With music or TV on there is absolutely no noise in the plane. Train rides are also enjoyable now. Walk through the city of London in your own world. Next level meditation. If you are into that, they are a must. Noise cancellation saved me during finals exam at university. They keep you in the zone for longer as distracting noises are eliminated. Right before exams I could relax far better. If you are into ASMR, this is also a must-have. It's durable and comes into a nice compact travel box. The battery is decent. The microphone is a bit weird so wouldn't recommend for speaking. I don't like that they only give a USB for charging. Their adjustable size is really weird and a big negative for me. I have a big head yet they slide when I lie flat. Can never flat bench press with them on as they fall off. So you will see me wearing them on my forehead instead. 14 months in use and looks and works like new. Best value was getting the pets microchipped and spayed or neutered. Microchips prevents your pets from being euthanized at local pounds in the event of becoming lost, and by spaying or neutering your pet you are helping to save generations of unwanted animals from being euthanized. Both procedures are very affordable and the value is priceless. A microchipping, B spay or neutering. My best value item by far is our pet dog from the rescue center, about $100 if I've converted correctly. Enjoyable walks through woods and around lakes near to us, some awesome day breaks and sunsets, and exercise to boot. Bump, looking to blow some cash. LOL, K1 fiancé visa to bring my, now wife, from Colombia to the US. She annoys the hell out of me, and I can honestly warn you against angering a Latin woman, but she is the most loving, supportive, confidence-building, amorous partner in life I could have ever hoped to have. She helped open my eyes and mind to the world and all of its possibilities, many of which I never knew existed. I have never been a fan of personal trainers, especially at my age 23. A couple of years ago though I was introduced to a man who originally I just thought was an ex-Marine. He told me he only trained with a few people a year, specifically people that were looking to join the military. I gave it a try and I could tell immediately this was something I've never experienced. The cost was $300 a month to train 3 times a week. I found out over the course of a year he was an ex-Force Rican Marine. He also trained the first group of the Marsic Marines. I was able to train with him for little over a year, became a huge mental mentor. From working out to training different fighting styles. Even tactical thinking for business. The confidence boost from training with someone who looked everything as simply a problem they needed to overcome was priceless. Still the best money I've ever spent. You can't put a price on mental confidence. The best value I ever paid for was my property. My lifestyle off-grid is more labor-intensive but stress-free. I have fewer migraines, fewer stress-related health issues. I have peace, tranquility, freedom. I am able to enjoy golden eagles, red-tailed hawks, hiking, camping, beautiful mountain scenery, gorgeous sunrises and sunsets, mountain lion, elk, and billions of stars. I can sit around a campfire whenever I choose. I can grow food. I can enjoy my dogs, and my cats control the rodent population. I moved here from a city years ago and it's the best value ever that I have paid money for. I'm going to add to this list. Bought M last week. Love them, great sound, and they stay in my ears. Time to retire the bulky Beats headphones. Moffy Juice Pack. For those that don't know what they are cases that charge your phone. My phone died every day at about noon. Now I just flip the charger on and it charges while I use it, wherever I am. Can't go without it now. Anyone have one? Recommended? I have one. I bought it online thinking I could throw it in my trunk and bring it around when needed. 2 things to note: 1. It is heavy. Not practical to bring around with you at all. 2. The thing is large. Could be a plus or minus to you depending on what your intentions with it are. IMO, it's so large that you might as well invest in a table with adjustable height. Also, it doesn't adjust straight up or down. It moves closer to you as you raise the height. I can think of 2 things right now. Audible subscription. Very good when you have to commute a lot. My ukulele cost me around $30. Got me interested in learning other instruments and is very good for the brain. My Kindle. I love reading, fiction, non-fiction, self-help, business, anything that can teach me new life skills. I'm also a bit of a minimalist, so I don't like owning a bunch of stuff either. The Kindle gives me thousands of books at my fingertips, in a light, easy-to-read format which takes up less space than a single paperback. Love it. +1 investing in a squat rack, bench, Olympic weights and a set of Iron Master dumbbells cost me less than $2,000 all up, and I've already recouped the money by boycotting gym memberships. And one more, my slow cooker. I love meat and this thing makes it almost impossible to not cook something that tastes amazing. I also like the fact that not only do you have thousands of books at your fingertips you can sample before you buy. I will admit there must be almost 100 books I've not purchased because they failed to grab my interest in the sample. Some are so bad you don't even get past the fluff. I've thought about getting a Kindle before. Was it hard to transition from regular books? Always enjoyed the feel of books, but I'm starting to stack the ones I've read in the corner of my living room. Haha. Yep, definitely a massive bonus. Lately I've been doing the same thing. I'll read the sample and if I'm not sucked in by the end of it then I'll move on to something else. Almost always results in finding great books. It's actually helped me get into some different genres I wouldn't have been willing to try without the sample system. I still continue to read physical books, and enjoy the feel of them as such, therefore it's a case of parallel running. I am extremely careful with the physical item, caring for the spine and keeping the pages clean and unmolested, therefore I find it extremely useful to be able to highlight and add notes on the Kindle. The fact you can carry around hundreds of books in your hand is an added bonus. Both book formats have their advantages and I wouldn't want to be without either now. I honestly think the best value I've received, although it was paid for by someone else, was the day my parents paid for an internet connection at home in 2003. Prior to this, we had a computer, but it was a useless piece of shit with two options, solitaire and Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. That was literally my ticket to the world and changed and influenced everything. My career, my networks, my life. I'd more than likely be dead had it not been for the internet. At a time when I would have been incredibly alone, I was able to connect with and seek out others going through the same hell I was, and they got me through it. As for more recently, probably a MacBook Pro and a white noise machine. The white noise machine is fantastic. I am sensitive to noise as I live in a townhouse in a not-so-quiet area, so the constant whir of that stops me going crazy and helps me get proper sleep at night, which in turn pays huge dividends. Damn, just bought new Beats last month. No, must be nice if you work a lot behind your desk. I have a desk that I can adjust in height, also very nice. From IKEA, I think it was around $460. One thing I want to add, don't know if it is mentioned before, is just hey. Man, I love that thing. Sonicare electric toothbrush. This brushes your teeth 31,000 times a minute. It keeps plaque off much longer than an ordinary toothbrush. Plus it has gum massaging properties which keep gums healthy. Upkeep is $48 a year for replacement heads. But you can't put a price on better teeth health. My dentists have all said making the switch was one of the best decisions I've ever made for my teeth. You won't go back on a regular toothbrush once you use this. Philips Sonicare Healthy White Plus Electric Rechargeable Toothbrush, HX 8911. What on earth are you doing that you would need to put your desk in a trunk and carry it around? I feel like I am left out of some secret convo and am missing something here. Are these things rare in the USA? In the Netherlands I think 50% plus of the people use them. Chris Green Udemy course, Amazon online arbitrage. £15 and learned tons of valuable information. Did you do anything with what you learned? Thanks. I would have to say my first Insider's subscription is the best value I have ever paid for. Without the Insider's subscription, I wouldn't have been able to read some key threads that really got me moving on my first products. Now that Bud is blossoming into an income source, some very good relationships with people I would have never met otherwise. That is what I used. I am done with them. Have blown through 3 in the last 3 years. At over $100 per toothbrush, that is some pretty shitty quality. My original prior to those 3 lasted me 5-ish years before it died. If you are paying that much for brushes, you are insane. Just go on eBay and check replacements. You can get 20 brush heads for like $5. Replace the head every 2 weeks if you like at that price. This thread is one of the best here for me aside from bit of MJ's books and the insider subs. Of course it's my Amazon Echo Plus. That thing is amazing. I thought it was just for ordering stuff on Amazon, but I'm slowly controlling my whole house with it, as well as asking it any question you can think of, and it's an internet radio player as well. If you have Amazon Prime, it's a must. Another thing is these bootlaces which never come untied. I have to wear protective boots at work and was forever having the laces come undone, but not anymore. Tools for household or car or computer, they never age and always usable. General hardware stuff with no electronic. Some mechanisms will never change. The best value I paid for recently is on myself. Last weekend I registered with a minimum of 1 year of commitment with a CrossFit club. 1 year is the minimum to avoid stopping after a month or two. I've stopped smoking last week as well. I had already stopped for 2 years 3 years back. The best investment is on my health to start. I am convinced that the first stone of the process to act begins with itself. Sorry for potentials mistakes in English language. I done what most people don't do. Take action. Trust me, people just learn and learn. Nobody takes action. Progress thread. Some recent value. If you have an interest in writing, acting, movies, films, screenwriting, electronic music, cooking, a great chance to hear some wisdom from the greatest in there. An app for making things up pretty quick. Got it on a lifetime sumo deal, been having a lot of fun with it. Took a look at it, looks really nice. Thanks for the share sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. No book has ever motivated me in the way that this book has. Getting the audiobook, and I've listened to it 4 times. Might be an odd one considering how much a lot of people on here hate wasting time watching TV, movies, sports, etc. But mine would probably be an XBMC Mark box. It was $99, and once connected to the internet you can watch basically any sports event, PPV events like UFC included, or your favorite football team that is not shown in your state. You can search and stream movies, sometimes still in theaters. You can watch shows only available on Netflix, HBO, etc. All for free through the box. I would say I have consumed at least $2,500 in content I would have had to pay for in the 2 years I have had it. Disclaimer: it can take a while to search through titles and channels to find what you want, and sometimes the quality is not there and you have to deal with 720 versus 1080, but if you are going to waste the time watching anyways, it is worth it. Collab, bro? Just went to see if this deal on Upsumo was still active, but it's finished. I think Upsumo is value in itself. Bought a few things from there now on lifetime deals which are super cheap. My Audible subscription is the best value for me the past 2.5 years. Basically 10x how many books I read, and it is not expensive at all. Small price to pay to keep continuing to learn. TBH, first thing that comes to mind is the 4-hour work week. It is not better than, it is not. But it was the first book that turned me away from the fast lane and got me to start my first own business. And, most recently, the 2.5k euro I paid for my Surface laptop. Makes working so much easier. I just hate Apple technology, and this is the first Windows computer that is mobile but also renders my videos while I work on WordPress. Great. Saves me an average of 1 hour per video I render because of faster rendering, and I can do it wherever I want. An Instant Pot for me. It's been a massive time and hassle saver for eating healthily. Really simple to use, don't have to keep an eye on the cooking, consistent results, and keeps food warm until ready to eat. Inexpensive as well. The book that opened me up to the direction I want to go, The 4-Hour Work Week. This book set me on the path to begin consuming books, from reading 0 books to reading over 10 in a year. Best value that wasn't a book: Amazon Prime and convenience of Kindle ebooks. Also, there was some free material by a guru that boosted my confidence, and I went into my boss's office and negotiated a $1,500 bonus I wouldn't have otherwise gotten. So for 15 to 20 minutes of my time and the balls to ask, I made $1,500. I never purchased any of this guru's courses, but I'd say that free content was pretty valuable. This sounds very high maintenance, but about 6 months I paid $400 to have my eyebrows microbladed. It is the best money I ever spent. Not only do I have more confidence and am more likely to leave the house without any makeup at all, but it saves me at least 5 to 10 minutes in the morning, which, when our time is super limited, is a huge deal. I'm always in favor of paying money to save time. Another good value is the cleaners we hired to come clean our house weekly. Now I have several more hours on the weekend to spend on money-producing activities. Outsource, outsource, outsource. Since you've thrown this out there, I have to agree. It might sound a bit surface, but if it gives you peace of mind and additional self-confidence, those are 2 worthwhile returns. I was balding in my mid-20s and decided it was time to either go with a full shaved head to avoid the George Costanza look or try a hair transplant. It was tough for me because it is one of those few things in life that you can't change even if you are willing to put in the work, change your eating or lifestyle habits, etc. It just is what it is. The hair transplant was obviously more costly, but ended up being the path I chose. I am now beyond happy with my hairline and don't have to constantly worry about covering up my giant dome with baseball caps or combing over my hair to hide bald spots. The peace of mind it provided definitely made it one of my best investments to date. What he said. Maybe it is not the best value, but with AppSumo, you always get pretty good value. One of the best value I paid for recently is the Xiaomi Mi Band. I really could not care less about how many steps I have taken during the day, or how many hours of deep sleep I had during the night. I don't use it as a fitness tracker, but rather as a useful reminder for many things. I bought it for online 2 years ago. It is a very simple device which can vibrate and has 3 LEDs to indicate different things. I don't use them at all though. No screen. Sometimes a bit more, sometimes a bit less. It wakes me up in the morning with a discrete vibration pattern that I have set. I hate the sound of the alarm clock. This has been a game changer. I have it vibrate to notify me of incoming calls, so I can leave my phone away from me most of the time. You can set it to notify you of pretty much any notification on your phone, for specific apps or contacts. I use it a lot as a timer. Yeah, it's useful for cooking pasta, but also for focusing on tasks. For example, I set a timer for 25 minutes, leave my phone and computer away, and read a book for 25 minutes straight. Nothing else. The soft vibration reminds me that time is up. This is useful for quick naps too. There you have it. At this price, it offers a battery life no fitness tracker can compete with. It is lightweight and you can get different bands if you'd like. You can take a shower with it, no problem. I really find this band to be of pretty good value. Of course, I use it for basic stuff, but it still offers the classic fitness tracking features: heart rate, sleep tracking, steps count. Since you can choose different vibration patterns for specific notifications, you can use repeating reminders for routines, time to write in your journal, break bad habits, stop biting your nails, or any other idea you might come up with. Take your medication every day at 8 p.m. Of course, the more you use it, the less battery life you'll get out of it. Already mentioned, but if you don't have an SSD, get one. I'll even offer to start a side hustle on this and upgrade your machine myself for a small fee. Also a history museum membership. For $100 or I can take my whole family to museums and science centers around the country for free. For example, I'm in Cleveland and use it in Orlando. That £20 a month gym membership when I lived in Manchester. I used to go every night after working 12-hour shifts. One night when I was on the treadmill watching the TV, a show was on about Duncan Bannatyne. How he came from nothing to a millionaire. It changed my way of thinking forever, and I knew then that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. As a techno novice insofar as hardware, why should I get one? What am I missing? Upgrading or replacing a regular type hard drive with a solid-state drive will give a huge speed boost. From computer booting up in seconds instead of minutes, to the overall computer being more responsive, faster opening programs, etc. Solid-state drives is similar or same kind of storage used in micro SD memory cards that you can find in digital cameras, smartphones, etc. No moving parts. Job well done sir. Emoji 106 sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. It's been the biggest upgrade technical-wise for me in my business. Each time I got a new laptop, in the beginning it was super fast, and then, several months after, it would start booting up slowly, sometimes taking up to several minutes. I could literally go make some tea in the meantime. It was also getting slower and slower with multiple browser tabs opened or several programs running at once. I wasted a lot of time waiting for the HDD to process stuff, and a lot of expletives were thrown around, too. With SSD, none of it happens. It's been over a year and my laptop is as fast as it was on the first day. Now I can't imagine going back to HDD. It's dinosaur technology. 100% accurate. In 2011 I bought a new computer and decided to get rid of the internal CD player and install an SSD in its place. The system runs on the SSD and I can store files in the regular hard drive. It's been more than 7 years and I can't complain. My computer still runs like a beast. SSD is by far the biggest or best hardware upgrade for the money that 99% of people will notice. Coming from doing IT for 5 years, definitely get one. Here's a video by Samsung on an SSD versus hard drive comparison. A little lengthy, but it hits all the important info. Once you have a PC with an SSD, it's painful to use a PC with a hard drive. I would venture to say that SSDs allow you to be more productive every day since computer tasks are completed quicker. For a non-marketing video example, here's one I made in a similar thread a while back. That's my desktop PC going from fully off to fully opening Photoshop, one of the heaviest programs most people would typically load in 40 seconds. SSD hard drives virtually eliminate all waiting you normally do on a PC. It is easily the biggest time and frustration saver you can possibly invest into a computer or laptop. It used to be that if you wanted a faster computer you got more RAM, a faster processor, a new video card, etc. But literally none of that matters if your hard drive is slower than them. With a normal hard drive, you spend a lot of time waiting for programs to load and run. An SSD removes the loading bottleneck on just about everything. You go from waiting around a lot to basically never waiting for anything. Damn, this thread. Looks like I'll be spending some more dollar. For me it came free. It started with reading a blog called Bold and Determined. Very good content except the misogynist part. That blog suggested a book called Fastlane Millionaire. I purchased it, read it, and now hustling side by side to get rid of financial shackle. The book led me to there. Here I found such a great content, it's like finding treasure. So yes, I got the best thing in my life from a blog, and that too for free. Depending on if you have a desktop or laptop, you may want to get a USB 3.0 to SATA adapter for this swap, since you are cloning your hard drive. If you have a desktop, your PC should have an extra SATA cable might be plugged into the CD disk drive. You can unplug while doing this and use that one. If you have a laptop, The easiest way is to use USB 3.0 to SATA for the swap. If you have any questions or run into issues, post up on here. I have an iMac desktop running Sierra. To be honest, I'm scared shitless opening up my Mac and messing with the internals. I already googled it and feel old and lost. What year is it, do you know? Lots of Apple stuff has the hard drive soldered onto the motherboard to prevent people from doing their own upgrades, hence the double price for the same parts. Might already have an SSD depending on the year, let me know and I'll find out. Two 55-inch monitors above my two 27-inch monitors and SSD. Productivity is through the roof. Can analyze problems on a bigger scale. Awesome for collaboration. About to get them for the whole crew. I will do it for you. Fly me out and tutor me for the duration of the project. Knowledge for knowledge, it's a joke, or is it? If you know what you're doing, that's about 2 to 3 hours of work, including transfer times and depending on how much stuff is on the hard drive. Holy shit, late 2013. I had no idea it was that old, but it sure is running like it. Is still using his email address. You'll have to wait for his dial-up modem to reconnect for his response. I actually have two AOL addresses, still very much active. I think this book and books in general. I just bought a MacBook Pro, the one without the Touch ID. And I think it was a pretty good value. You can basically run anything on these machines. Expensive, yes, but I think the quality and customer service you get is worth it. The last MacBook I had lasted me 10 years with no issues whatsoever, did some hardware upgrades. I know there are cheaper alternatives, but I always have issues with those laptops, so I just went with Mac. Considering you can basically start a company on a computer or on a portfolio of investments online, I would say it's well worth it to invest in a good machine. Get the new iMac Pro. I was actually starting to think a new iMac that, but when everyone was raving about the SSD as way of speeding up my Mac, I figured I'd start there. My iMac works and is serviceable, but it's starting to act like an old Windows machine and needs reboots every few days. True. Makes sense. Why buy a new Mac when you can buy a part that's cheaper? If it's 2013, I'd probably just spring for a new computer at this point. Every 5 years is a good benchmark if you're buying high-end computers. If you're buying $350 cheapy laptops, then expect every 2 years. X2. I've just discovered a gadget that I don't need because I live in a sunny place. But I remember that some of you suffered from seasonal affective disorder or some related issue. This could be a great game changer, the Philips Galite BLU. Available at Amazon for about $100. What I do have bought is an Android tablet with a digital ink screen. I'm in love with that. It has reduced a lot of the time I spent with the screen of my laptop. I can write on it with the pen handwriting or with a Bluetooth keyboard, or even use it as a secondary monitor with a hack to writing code or screenplays, not for video or images, obviously, but you can draw in it with no lag. It's like the remarkable, but more capable and cheaper Onyx Spooks Note 10.3 inches. A 450, I'm not sure of availability or price in the US yet. My eyes are happier than ever. It's really important to note that in order for the SSD to speed up your computer, all the programs you use need to be on it, operating system included. All benefits of the SSD come from the speed increase in loading the programs and operating system that are installed on it. Using an SSD as a secondary storage drive would not yield any noticeable benefits. You may already know this, but it's worth being crystal clear about. I want to add something else to this thread, but it is free. The Chrome extension called Sexy Undo Close Tab. I think I'm like most people in that I have about 10 tabs up at the same time. When I toggle through them, I always accidentally close out of one of them. Happens every day. This extension saves your recent closed pages. If you were on an important page and don't want to find your way back to it by typing in the URL and R or click through links again, this tool is a lifesaver. Such a simple concept and so useful. I would pay for it. This is available by default in Firefox recently closed pages and Windows. Surprised it's not in Chrome. So far I'll have to say this laptop I have. It's an Alienware 15R3. I got it last year and it's handled everything I throw at it very well: programming, games, music, videos, web surfing, ebook reading, and content creation among others. It's amazing how much I can still upgrade it. It has space for 3 more SSDs. It was really expensive for me, but given my use it was worth it, and even cheaper than a MacBook Pro. One $500 plane ticket helped me secure a partnership with a billion-dollar tech company to flawlessly support some of my needs on a venture. It's amazing who you can get in the room with you when you offer to show up at their headquarters to talk, potentially tripling their business 2 days after initial contact. CEO and a few VPs were there. Not only was it good value, it was fun. We are good friends now. I bought this backpack 3 years ago, for about €100. It's neatly organized, quite solid, and serves multiple purposes: everyday work, trip, light grocery shopping. Multiple compartments for laptop, pens, books and folders, side and hidden pockets. It can even be expanded if more room is needed. After those 3 years of use every single day, it still looks like new. I just got myself the Bose headphones. They're amazing on international flights. You don't realize just how loud airplanes and airports can be until you cocoon yourself under one of these headsets, and they don't hurt my ears like my old cheap headset I had before. Control plus Shift plus T. I know it has been mentioned before, but Kindle. Sensational value. Now I can carry MJ with me everywhere I go. Bump this for HP Instant Ink. Excellent program. Surprisingly satisfying never having to mess with buying ink again. First thing that came to mind is an example from last week. I was looking for new desktop wallpapers and couldn't find any decent ones, so I thought there must be a way to use the ones Windows 10 automatically greets you with at the welcome screen. Right? Wrong. For some reason, Microsoft completely missed an opportunity here. Immediately sensing a business opportunity developing an app that does that, I came to find someone else already did. Well, at least it's free, haha. App is called Spotlight. It downloads the Windows 10 welcome screen wallpapers in full HD for your desktop and a smartphone version for each wallpaper. If you want the wallpaper to automatically change, you can find an option to do that in the desktop settings. TLDR, Spotlight app in Windows 10 Store for free, and you will never have to search for wallpapers again. I bought a 6-bedroom house for $260K. Dropped another $30K into a basement renovation. I now operate a business out of that basement that nets me almost $10K a month after mortgage, utilities, staff, and other expenses, and it requires very little attention from me. The hired staff and manager handle 98% of the operation. So not only can we run a business out of the house, but we have plenty of bedrooms and bathrooms for our grown children that we can pass on some subsidized housing to, in exchange for helping us with the business, of course. Best value I've ever invested into, so far. I have one for my office and love it. Took a few days to get used to, but now I rarely sit down while working on the computer. Burn more calories and strengthen the legs while strengthening the mind. My wife has lower back pain, so got her one too, and she loves it also. No regrets. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. As corny as it sounds, books. $1 million of wisdom contained in a $15 book. Oh hell yeah. I'll take 100. Two that come to mind: 1. Freed me from having to worry about standing around and from taking Advil all day long. Hernia surgery is all they do and drive. Gilbert designed his own mesh device that was the solution for my hernias. I have 2 of those mesh units in me and they got me back up and moving around. Best part, and an unexpected bonus, is that the mesh acts like an early warning device since the muscle grows onto it. If I try to lift something too heavy, the muscle pulls on the mesh a little and that tells me to put whatever it is down! 2. Stayed there in April ahead of a work conference as I flew in early to travel some of Route 66 and sightsee. Exceeded all my expectations. Every person on the staff was friendly and acknowledged you. I swear they were trained by Ritz-Carlton. The whole resort was truly smoke-free. The room and the whole resort was very clean and well maintained. There were no hidden fees. What I booked on their website is exactly what I got. When I left and had to move to the Venetian for the conference, I found myself wishing I could have stayed longer at the Cancun resort. I need one of these. I bought a military-grade bug-out gear backpack on a military base and it wore down after 1 month's worth of use. Waste of tax dollars and my own $30. 1 MacBook Pro, 2 books, Killing Sacred Cows, Think and Grow Rich, 3 Saks underwear, 64 ounces water bottle, business backpack. 1. My new iPad with the Kindle app. I can do almost everything I need on it. I also love the Kindle Paperwhite for reading. 2. My 20-plus-year-old combination pull-up or dip bar. 3. Kettlebells and my bob. Between these and number 2, I can get a great workout in my garage, for free. Sent from my iPad using TaperTalk. My iPhone and my MacBook Pro. I get tremendous value from most of my Apple products. Hi Biggie Mac, is this house also your primary address or you live in another home? Do you title the home insurance, property taxes, business address and incorporation at this address in your name or company name? How are you allocating expenses between business and any personal use? Do clients visit the home too or mostly an online business? Thanks for sharing. 1. Fritzbox works right away while all other routers take wonders and hours to set up. 2. Canon Pixmo OK, probably there is some built-in obsolescence after 2 or 3 years, but you can go month without printing, and they still won't let you down after all that time. 3. Kindle DX. I am hoping for new and bigger e-ink devices, not a fan of the small ones. This thing. Oh yay, my 23andMe gene test. I vouch for these X10 lol sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. My dad used to buy me military bug-out backpacks but they kept falling apart after every 6 months. Our tax dollars pay for this. Thanks for bringing this up. Hey MJ, the best thing I ever invested in is my iPhone. I can read books and access financial things with 1 click. Asics shoes, for $50. My Asics shoes lasted through a marathon and bicycling or walking 4,200 miles across the United States. They make a damn good shoe. Just in, Masterclass, the celebrity-taught online learning program like how to be funny with heart like Judd Apatow, or how to dribble a ball with Steph Curry has to expand the platform internationally. According to VentureBeat, the Series D round moves the SF-based startup past the $130 million fundraising mark, and will also be used to bring more celebrities into the classroom. The company currently offers 39 celebrity-taught classes, with plans to exceed 50 by the end of 2018. In the last year, Masterclass has added an all-star cast of administration, including a writing class with Margaret Atwood, a directing class with David Lynch, and a tennis class with Professor Serena Williams. Yesterday, CEO and co-founder David Rogia told he hopes to one day bring on Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, and J.K. Rowling, who will teach you how to write about a boy wizard via cocktail napkins, to the platform. When it was first released to the public in 2015, Masterclass seemed to promise an unlikely product. Yet sales have more than doubled from 2016 to 2017, and could do the same in 2018. Without releasing hard financials, Rogia compared the company's revenue to edtech heavyweights Udacity, who increased revenue by $41 million from 2016 to 2017, and Coursera, who's reportedly within striking distance of $100 million in annual revenue. In other words, if Masterclass is being compared to these guys, they're doing. Larry David would be a terrible teacher. The company, who last year, recently rolled out a highly successful new subscription model, allowing customers to pay a $180 annual fee to gain all-access masterclass wisdom. That accounts for 80% of the company's revenue, otherwise it's $90 each. On top of that, Masterclass released its first ever mobile app this April and hopes to move beyond arts by soon adding a business category. Whoa, this is exactly what I've been looking for. I know Windows 10 has a search function that can search within files, but searching within Google Drive files too? Friggin' sweet. Secret ice cream stuff, oh man, this thing rocks. Air fryer, Costco for like $50 bucks. Just to give you an example, let's say you're in the mood for some crinkle cut fries, normal mo, preheat oven 400. 10 minutes bake fries, 32 minutes total time, and the fries aren't even that good. With the air fryer, it's and that's it. And they taste 10x better than oven baked BS. This thing is going to make me gain weight. Too convenient. I got my GF one of these last year and she's in love with it. And I'm in love with the things she prepares in it. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Tinder Premium. MJ, have you tried making any vegan recipes? Been considering one to make chickpeas, buffalo cauliflower, etc. Thanks. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. This wallet purchased for $25. Easily best money ever spent because it takes away the hassle of going through all your cards every time. I love simple solutions like this. Funny fact, this company does tens of millions in turnover each year with solid margins. Founders are from my country. Not in the air fryer, but in general, yes, many. Really surprising what you can make that is uber tasty and still vegan. That looks huge. Do you carry that around in your back pocket? Stupid question. Do you have to put oil in the fryer? Or how does it fry something without oil? Also, have you tried putting cauliflower in it? Edit, looked into this more and I'm sold. I'll buy one during Black Friday. Badumtis. Can agree with this. Recently had to replace the ABS modulator on my car. Called up the dealer and the quote was around $500. Got it on eBay for $70 used and was able to get my brother to install it. I recently realized the dealer is mostly ripping you off for cars that aren't super advanced. It's actually the smallest wallet you can find on the market. I carry it in my front pocket. No oil, although it does help if your food has some oil in it, like frozen French fries naturally have some oil in them. You might want to braise or brush the food with some oil. My bicycle is definitely one of the best values. I bought it 8 years ago for $700 and it has provided me with endless enjoyment, exercise, and transportation with no hassle. Besides infrequent tune-ups. Bought one for $100 a few months ago and took it back. IMO it wasn't anything special. It's a countertop convection oven. I was disappointed to learn it doesn't use any oil. Air fryer is misleading, you're not frying anything. It would have been great if it vaporized oil, then it would have been a real air fryer. Yay, because saving a shit ton of time preparing food and having it taste 100% better is so overrated. We use those in our foster homes. Great for fried chicken, fries, corn dogs, and 100 other things. I spray a little bit of oil spray on things that would normally get fried, you know, just to give it some of that fried action. Consider yourself trolled. OMG, are you a victim of oppression? Which Indian tribe are you, first or 600th? I know I didn't even realize how oppressed I was until I took my test. But it doesn't matter anyway because I identify as a male spotted gecko and demand male spotted gecko bathrooms complete with plenty of flies and camouflage from predators. On a serious note, I took the 23andMe test for health reasons. You can tell a lot about how your personality, biology, how to optimize your diet to your genes, what deficiencies to look out for. For instance, my body has a tougher time metabolizing vitamin B6. So I have to take extra. That's just one of like 100 things I learned, and I didn't even delve 100%. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk, and damn. Is posting South Park memes now? My bad influence really is rubbing off. Sent from my iPad using TaperTalk. Hey guys, I wanted to bring this thread back to life. Since Christmas time is coming soon too, haha. Any new thing or experience you have bought? A pair of swimming goggles. I bought them when I was 11 for about $10 and they lasted 15 years, then they started leaking. Best thing I've bought would be a rowing machine made in USA by Concept 2. It is great because you can do all cardio, strength, or long fat burning workouts. Every few months they do online challenges where you can compete against teams or individuals, so it gets you motivated. Best $950 I've spent that I use a lot. Also, unlike the treadmill that depreciates very quickly, the Concept row machines do not. Buy one for $950 new, then you can sell it in few years for $650, $750. It is all mechanical with the exception of the computer, which is replaceable. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Big 5 personality test. Best $10 I ever spent. Especially useful when used in conjunction with Jordan Peterson's class Personality and its Transformations. He goes over the personality traits that separates the successful from the unsuccessful, and what you can do to improve them. I highly suggest starting with the second half of the class, which is the part that's most relevant to the Big 5. It's scientific or statistical portion of the class, whereas the first half is more philosophical. It's always been my philosophy that who you are is more important than any technique. In other words, if you work on the personality traits that lead to success, success will automatically come to you, and Dr. Peterson's work very much caters to that way of thinking. How are you defining success as in your life? One can achieve success in many areas or practices of life. The definition you give to what success means for you and the area of success you are pursuing at the moment will impact the personality traits you would be looking for. Also, just curious as to the statistical significance of how those personality traits correlate to success, in the way the doctor you mentioned is defining it as. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Income or socioeconomic status. Great thread here as to see what everyone has found to be good value for them. I am going to start out with a foam roller, using it after every leg day, and also great for the back and neck, which I have found to be problematic spots. The gym I visit just built a sauna, so I have using that after every workout. Great way to clean yourself of toxins and you feel amazing, relaxed after a session. Phillips Family Hair Clipper. Have been using it for a few years now, convenient and not needing to go to a hairdresser that often. Bought tickets to a biggest technology and business festival in Baltics for 20 monies, so that's as good as free. Also cannot ignore, and which lead me here, so forever grateful for that. These are some I could bring out now. There are definitely some more, but these came to mind. I use the exact same one at the gym as a 15 minutes warm-up 5 to 6 days a week. Fantastic bit of kit and the best rowing machine I've ever used. Microservice sites, such as Fiverr. Allows me to get things done while I spend time with wife, children, extended family, friends, and giving back to others. Dang, this thing is freaking awesome. It makes veggies taste way better than steaming them in the microwave. Still figuring out the right timing and temperatures. Yup. We fry all kinds of veggies, even the Brussels sprouts taste damn well. Season and fry away. Great value right now. Jordan Belfort teaches you how to close for $10 a month. Any chance anyone has used a water rower? I love the tension and sound of the water as speed increases, plus can easily raise it vertically to take up minimal space, but not sure how it might compare to the Concept 2. YouTube Premium would be mine. I get the benefits of podcasts plus audiobooks plus music streaming plus no ads for $12 per month. Literally stopped using Audible, Shopify, and podcasting apps because of YouTube. Haha, sent from my Annapolis A3000 using TaperTalk. I spent a long time living with my parents, just so I could save money to spend on my business. But it was toxic as hell in there. The best money I ever spent and continue to spend, is the rent I pay to live in my own flat. It gives me peace of mind. The other thing is my MacBook Pro, on which I run my business. The best value I bought was a college degree and experience in civil engineering. My current client has a net worth of well over $100 million, and developed thousands of housing units. My dream is to become a developer. The second best value was finding good mentors in my 20s. I'm in late 30s now. My third best value was in abandoning social skills or personality in pursuit of competence, work ethic, and most importantly good habits. Slow laners love small talk, and I'm about a decade ahead of everyone I work with because small talk is part of the office culture that mainstream media has force-fed everyone. Strong work, for both the results and for getting a degree that actually matters. A civil engineer is even apocalypse-worthy. If shit hits the fan, no one is going to need a lawyer, an accountant, or a baseball player. Didn't see this one, but maybe was somewhere. Apple AirPods. They recharge completely in 15 minutes and last over 5 hours. Podcast and books anytime, if you don't care about looking stupid. Best thing I've bought in 5+ years. I have also washed them in the washing machine by mistake and still work great. Honorable mention. iLife Robot for $150. Does a way better job vacuuming than I would have thought and goes under everything. Having a dog, this has been a life or marriage saver. I never have. I couldn't find anyone who had one, so I couldn't try it before I bought it. The Concept 2 was at the gym I attended, so it was easy for me to try. I've heard great reviews on the water rower, but not from my experience. Main reason I picked Concept 2 was that I knew if I wanted to sell it, someone would buy it quickly since it is used not just by rowers but by CrossFitters. Other reasons were that I liked their computer PM5 and how it is used with the ski erg and bike with an app, and it was a little cheaper. Just an FYI, you can stand up the Concept 2 rower as well. Not heard of that, so just googled it. Looks awesome. The Concept 2 is a bit big and bulky, and I don't think you can store it upright. Very smooth action though. Will keep an eye out for the water rower. I wouldn't mind having a go. Thanks for your thoughts, guys. The resale would be a great benefit, but in this case I fall more into the group of loving this one so much that I plan to use it until mechanical failure and then upgrade or purchase again. I don't use the computer or apps besides just tracking stats for each row, but I am also completely old-fashioned. As for the design, it is pretty sleek. Honestly, as I only stand about 60 inches tall and not a bodybuilder, this version is still really easy for me to move around. I can also read off of a screen or Kindle while on it and not breaking speed records. Hey! Any other home gym products you would add to this thread? Kettlebells and water rower are mine at the moment. Good to know. I was going to add my favorite buy on here, which was a pair of Mangel Borneo Pro hiking boots, which I must have had for at least 12 years now. Unfortunately went for a 1 or 2 mile walk through the forest yesterday and found the base tread has split in two. Hopefully we'll be able to get them repaired, as they're like walking in slippers. Wonderful bit of kit. I would be happy to answer any questions you have about the Concept 2. All spare parts available for all of their models. I had the Model B from 1984. The computer isn't really needed but to measure your rowing stats. Technically you can row without it, all mechanical. If your computer goes bad, you can replace it for about $150. It also comes apart to two pieces so people move it around. I actually have it at my work, and when it is nice outside I roll it out as wheels in one piece and row outside in the parking lot. Depending on the workout, I typically listen to Audible audiobooks when I row. Regarding other home products, it really depends what you want to do. A kettlebell is nice because it is versatile, but I rarely use minutes since I have a full rack with barbell and weights. They don't take much space, but over time you will need to buy more pairs. I think if I was limited to a space I would get kettlebells, pull-up bar, gymnastic rings or TRX system. I used to have the pull-up bar in the door frame but it never worked on my doors, so went with the new Rogue pull-up bar. I have it mounted in my walk-in closet, so every time I get in and out I have to do 5 to 10 pull-ups. I think in the end, it all depends what will get you motivated to work out at your house. For me it wasn't kettlebell and pull-up bar but a full squat rack and weights with other gym pieces. I built my own gym after my local gym closed down and we had our first child. Saves me lots of time so I can work out before anyone gets up in the house. Basically convenience. Having a home gym is nice, but if it becomes a clothes rack like most treadmill do, then there isn't a point in getting anything and just go to your local gym. Anyone got any new goodies to report from Christmas? I got this little doozy, probably didn't cost too much, but it works wonders on a stiff neck, especially if you sit a lot, practice piano, etc. Haha, I got one of those for my wife recently. It was maybe $25 but she likes it, sent from my SMG 935V using TaperTalk. Kindle Reader, don't remember, was it $70 to $90 a few years ago? Brought me gems like MJ's books, Slight Edge book and countless others, mind-changing, questions-answering books. Been reading every day for more than a year now, averaging 30 books a year since I got it. Public transport became much more enjoyable. 2 months of Audible for only $1.90. Not sure if this deal is available anywhere. I thought I'd chime in with another. My burger press. I like to make my own burgers in advance and freeze them. This burger press saves me a ton of time, and the only purchase better than one that saves you time, is one that saves you both time and money. If you get one, avoid the private label ones with great reviews on Amazon. You can get the exact same model, unbranded, on eBay for a fraction of the price. Damn, I take this back. I've had this thing for 1 year. As soon as the warranty was up, problems started one after the other. Real smooth Dell. At this point I would say the best value I've paid for is my insider's subscription here on the forum. Really top-notch stuff. Damn. I wasn't using my subscription much after buying, but just signed back up using this. Random creepiness. The first book recommendation for me is Can't Hurt Me. Best for something under $30 yoga or exercise ball. I relax my core and mind for a few seconds, roll backwards over it every night and morning after coffee to stretch the back and hear those vertebrae open up and click, click, click. Enjoy the of it for my mind and body. 2 minutes of my day. Example. Tinder Plus. $10. Without that I would not have met my wife. Huge value purchase. I love this invention. I have all my kitchen appliances connected through one, that way my coffee maker, blender, toaster etc. never draw power until I hit the button. I can always leave the appliance in the on position and the power automatically shuts off after an hour. Insider's subscription will confirm that this thing is great to apply significant levered pressure to neck trigger points. Great if you spend a lot of time at a desk. The book Convict Conditioning. Funny titled book, but with it, you'll never need to go to the gym or get expensive gym equipment again. Learn the secret tips, tricks, and techniques that hardened criminals use to get tripped while stuck in prison. How long have you been following the routines from the book? I read it about a year or so ago, followed it for a few months and then got stuck between some badly designed progressions. One exercise was fairly easy, but it was impossible to progress to the next one. There was at least one, if not two, missing steps that would make the progression possible. I got a lot of value from by Cavadler Brothers. Some say it's better than because the progressions are far friendlier and a lot of good, some of it common sense advice on how to structure your workout plan from by Matt Sifferl. I also learn a lot from YouTube channels about calisthenics. One cool guy I recently discovered is, well, lately I haven't really been following it because my current job is pretty physically intense, so I don't need to work out. Lol, but when I was following it, I would follow it for a few months, and then get lazy and stop for a while, and then pretty much just pick up where I was last. I know in the book it says not to skip the super easy entry-level exercises, but I wouldn't go to the more difficult exercises, but made sure I had good form. I honestly wasn't able to progress to the more difficult exercises, but I was kind of sporadic when I exercised, so that was the issue for me. I think it's a good book as far as teaching exercises that don't require gym equipment. The problem for me was just overcoming my laziness. This thread really makes you think. The first most obvious answer that comes to mind for me is a good book. There's nothing that even comes close. In a good book you get the inside scoop from an expert for 10 to 20 bucks. You simply can't find that value anywhere else. The three that I've gotten the most value from are the and obviously, and Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. Beyond that, I'd have to go these New Balance shoes below. I got them at the Goodwill for under $5 several years ago and they are the most comfortable shoes I've ever owned. My girlfriend hates them and calls them my grandpa shoes, but I love them. They're my go-to for running, traveling, you name it. I've even slept with them on before. My 50 liters North Face rucksack, I've slung it halfway across the world and back, pretty much carries everything I need, and after 6 years it's only just picked up its first trip, which is cosmetic and doesn't affect the usage at all. F-Type R. Puts a smile on my face every time I drive it, and that to me is priceless. Transcendental meditation. I have tried many methods and techniques to reduce stress, think clearly and bring a calmness to make better decisions, from mindfulness, meditation, yoga, spa, etc. Recently, after talking to a respected mentor how he keeps so calm with so much going on, he said for him trademark transcendental meditation was his go-to activity. Being a bit skeptical on why you would spend $960 to learn how to meditate, I did some research and found many success stories. So I decided to give it a try. I am only 1 week into it and I can say it has had profound benefits in a short time. It is very simple, but the catch, like anything, is you must do it 20 minutes twice a day. I know there is another thread that discusses this, so I will keep this post to the point of being the best value for the money, and yes, even $960 worth. This cleaner is the value I've ever paid for. It has gotten rid of candle wax on the carpet, oil on a chair, saved $100 on the chair when I bought it, knowing this stuff would get the oil stain out, blueberry vomit on the carpet, ink stains on my couch, stains on the inside of my car, etc. It literally gets out. Here are some other notable ones: baking soda, gargling warm water, and 2 to 3 tablespoons of baking soda always gets rid of miserable tooth or gum pain. Have been using baking soda for mouth pain for 10 years now. The baking soda somehow gets rid of the bacteria that causes inflammation, which then hits the nerve and makes it sore. You can feel the difference immediately. Bragg's apple cider vinegar with the mother, had an awful stomach pain a while back and this was the only thing that got rid of it. I now drink a little everyday mouthwash. This always works like a charm for getting rid of intense itching from mosquito bites. You can feel the difference immediately. These headphones, my sidewalking in-laws come over for about 2 to 3 hours a few times a week to visit my son, and I listen to my affirmations so that I can tune out their negativity, and my wife is totally cool with it. They have no idea that they are headphones, haha. The absolute best value I get, someone else to pick up the dog poop in my backyard. No kidding, that is a service. $55 bucks. Canadian bucks, and they pick it all up and even take it away. This give me my time back, and that is most valuable to me. I can't agree more about cataract surgery. I know it sounds like an old man thing, but it isn't. My dad had cataracts at 35, and I was diagnosed with them 2 to 3 years ago. I'm now 45, and then had both eyes done in November and December 2018 over the holidays. Slow time of year. The change has been incredible. Important to understand that you can slowly get used to a mediocre life, or less than perfect living conditions, and this was certainly true with my eyes, and, as another bonus, I had been using reading glasses as my cataracts worsened, and my doc said I'd still need them post-surgery, but I haven't touched them since. Totally agree. Our local library allows you to check out 70 books or audio books or movies at a time, if so desired. I can try out books, read a little, and return them if they are terrible. If I like them, I buy them hard copy. Other than a great massage, the best tool I found for working muscle tightness and knots is the Hypervolt massager. Very quiet and effective. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Digital protection or blue blocker glasses. You get migraines, and these helped a ton. They block UV rays and help with eye strain when using electronic devices and TV. They are also stylish, and I have gotten lots of compliments wearing them. I sometimes just wear them for the day. This is the pair I have, and they are great quality for only $10. Besides that, lots of books. For those bootstrapping, I cannot recommend Scribd enough. It is $10 a month and gives you unlimited access to tons of books, audiobooks, magazines, articles, and even sheet music. It is far better than Kindle Unlimited, although that is a good investment too. They also have about half of the recommended Fastlane library too. I know this is old, but it never takes more than a 20-second blast to clean with a bidet. After that, you wipe once with a few paper towels. Where did you get 3 to 4 minutes from? After reading the posts, I would definitely say a bidet is up there with value. It is a damn shame this is not the norm in the US and viewed as weird. Toilet paper is a horrible way to clean yourself. Also, while wet wipes are handy, they are horrible on the sewer systems and cause tens of millions of dollars in damage each year. Besides that, we have a garbage crisis on this planet, and that is only going to contribute to it. Bidets are a quick, hygienic way to handle a disgusting act. They are also the most environmentally friendly way to handle it. $25 will change your life. I hope that one day bidets are the norm. It is hard to break the norm though. You can press Ctrl+T and it will open your last closed tab. You can keep pressing it to open tabs. The history has all your tabs as well. Not that your extension isn't useful, but if you are anything like me, you already have at least 10 extensions running at a time, and they can slow down your machine. Great thread, predicated by a great question. What business and what product or service provided great value? The products that we most enjoy were all great examples of someone creating value in the lives of others, and can certainly provide inspiration to starting a business of our own through the value creation process. Here are some of the things I get great value out of. Totally agree with Miss Hitchell on AliExpress. If you've done any private labeling, you'll know that a lot of products sold on Amazon are just bought from Alibaba, and sold for a higher price on Amazon. AliExpress cuts out the middleman and can get you the exact same product at a fraction of the price, as long as you are okay to wait for a couple weeks for shipping from China. I think it was when I paid off my mother's fast loan. It had such a positive effect. The iRobot Roomba vacuum. We got one on a Cyber Monday deal a few months ago and it has been unbelievable. If you have small children who love to throw Cheerios all over the house, this vacuum will change your life. Without it, we would seriously be vacuuming for a couple of hours a week. Ibanez RG 1570. £350 second-hand. After getting it set up, frets dressed and new pickups, it plays like an absolute beast. Aside from aesthetic and branding reasons, it's the only guitar I need. $2,500 or more for a property manager for my rentals. A 4G mobile Wi-Fi router with unlimited data. I can work from pretty much any location in the world and it costs $5, $10 or day depending on the country. I pick and collect from the airport too. Life has never been more seamless. Edit. Wrong thread for some reason glitch. Now that I'm here, I guess I'd say my smartphone or PC. The Book Mastery by Robert Greene. It was long, but it was worth my time and the money I spend on it. It was a wake-up call for me that it would be sad to go through my whole life and not have mastered at least one skill set. Awesome thread. I enjoyed the mini bits about toilet hygiene and deodorant without aluminium. A lot of value and good material in those bits. On a more serious note, also found value in the Udemy courses, blue screen glasses, and water filter. These products should last for a long time. Looking forward to adding these products to my wish list for Christmas in July. A simple lacrosse ball, $5 on Amazon. Amazing for releasing the built-up tension in your muscles from stress, long hours sitting in chairs, and working out. The effect is instantaneous for improving your mood. My first car I bought. A Chevy S10 that I haggled it down to $4,500 with low miles on it at the dealer. Had it for 3 years and even had the military pay me to move myself twice with it. Sold it for $4,500. Insider's subscription. Threads are somehow few levels higher on the dark side. Before that, Chinese wireless AirPod-like headphones for $12. They are surprisingly decent for that money. Year of buying, 2008. Cost of buying, equivalent of $20, gave me the means of keeping my business afloat for over 4 years. Still working. Battery lasts up to a week. I know the keys by heart, without thinking about them. Generations of fancy, needless options loaded phones passed by. I remember my colleagues having emotional disputes about new expensive phones they absolutely have to buy, now in trash cans. A flight to China. Prices I negotiated down with suppliers more than paid for the trip. Then what I learned spiraled into years of exploring and going to uncomfortable places to make more money. One air purifier IQ Air GC series for $1,200 plus. I have a very mild, intermittent asthma, and for a while I fought out of principle. But then I figured, I'd rather be 100% productive at home and pick my battles. This purifier clears everything. 2 daily contact lenses AccuView OASIS. They are 2x more expensive than the next daily brand, amounting to $1 a day for one eye, but make a huge difference. After you have a contact lens break into pieces inside your eye, you start to appreciate the kind that never ever does it, versus the kind that does it 3 to 4 times a year. Also, the level of comfort is unparalleled. Even with regular sinus infections, I basically don't notice the lens. I had been considering LASIK, but with those lenses I can avoid the unnecessary risk while suffering zero inconvenience. Since those are daily lenses, the risk of infection is also virtually non-existent. 3 essentials. They are such a multi-purpose thing, from cleaning the floor with fir needle-scented water to scenting baking soda with lemon oil and cleaning the stove, to fighting infections. Thyme linalool and peppermint are the 2 best value oils. Thyme is for fighting infections. It saved me from laryngitis twice, including 1 case of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Peppermint is a bronchodilator, and in my subjective experience is comparable in effectiveness to medications from asthma and other pulmonary diseases. Just exercise caution and moderation with all oils, and know that peppermint specifically can be very dangerous if you have a baby or a person with a certain condition. It slows down the heartbeat. Test carefully for allergies, and know that your skin and eyes can get burned. You can also set your place on fire. Those oils burn like high-octane gasoline. Gym membership. From being very underweight and skinny 4 to 5 years ago and never worked out, to now being at a healthy weight with muscle and working out 5-6x a week. I believe that everyone should lift weights or do some form of exercise. The benefits for your mental health, confidence and extra boost it gives you daily are immense. Hop on hop off tourist buses. You pay a small amount. Then you can explore a whole city without long tiresome walking. At the moment I am in Stockholm, Sweden with my brother. Enjoying the city. All the coaches I have worked with have created so much more value beyond the hour I pay for. If I can suggest along the marginal utility curve, I'd say hour is for sure the money maker, with some others maybe a bit more, as they will almost always be happy with you within the first hour provided you are not opposed, and almost always they go above and beyond to return to you as their hourly is their highest price. Pretty straightforward. The other day I gave 1 or 30 of what's in my bank account to a bum, not what I have total. It was about 1 or 250 of what I have total, and the next day, a project that hasn't gotten anywhere in the past month and a half opened up for me. Not that it has gone 10x yet, but the potential is there. BTW excellent thread. I read a few posts and have already gained a ton, going through IT all right now. Thank you for making it. Maybe this thread, although it's free, haha. Link PLS. I've been looking for some too. I need to find these. They don't seem to be in stock anymore though. I have such a hard time finding great pants. And the reviews look good. And my best value purchases are by far. I always thought it would be a nuisance to recharge them all the time. But of course this is solved by the charging case. I have the QCY buds from AliExpress for about €20. They have some small hiccups sometimes, but for this price the overall quality is great. I was afraid the mic would be of poor quality, but people who I'm calling tell me they can hear me crystal clear. Since my apartment is small, she only comes for 2 hours per week for cleaning and ironing. But I love it. The house has never been cleaner and it saves me much time. I recommend this to everyone. These towels are so compact. I reversed my thinking process when trying to find a bag that would fit my work laptop, packed lunch and also my gym clothes. Instead of finding a bigger bag, I started looking for smaller content. Now even when I need to bring a second towel for using the sauna, it will fit. Expensive, but they are the best sneakers I've ever owned. This speaker, I take it everywhere in the house, while traveling and to BJJ training as well. Great sound for little money. Also, I think I listen on average 8 hours a day to my playlists and learned tons of new artists and even music genres. For only €10 a month, I take it everywhere I want. I remember I had to carefully choose the limited amount CDs I wanted to listen in the past. $9 at Beals. 96 ounces water jug with a large opening for ice. If you're on that 75-day challenge, a must to meet your water intake. +1. German safety razor. Switched from electric or cartridge to this and I can't believe what a difference it made and how much money I'm saving. Intuit online payroll. Just a few clicks and all the tiresome, tedious tax forms are completed and filed. Best $35 or more I've ever spent. The one single mineral I've taken for years consistently will take your sleep and muscle recovery to a new level. Almost everyone is deficient, especially if you work out consistently. Be prepared for vivid dreams the first few nights you take it. Don't just get a generic Walmart brand though, make sure it's chelated and bisglycinate form. Here is a favorite of mine. That explains it. Magnesium has been a great boon to my moods. But, I've been waking from dreams that won't let go. Upped my mag, vitamin D and oils of fish lately. Another +1 on Spotify, Far and Beyond Pandora. +1 on the monthly Audible subscription, which turns my short commute to the gym learning experiences. Thanks, gonna try it. Best sleep hack products I have found and highly recommend: True Dark Day and Twilight Glasses. If I was to pick between the two, I would recommend the Twilight True Dark Glasses red ones. I have only had them for a week now, but every night when I put them on before bed I fall asleep quick and sleep much deeper. The Daywalker yellow lens are good for those who spend a great deal of time in front of a computer or smartphone or e-reader. The Z Matrix is loaded with mag or zinc or folic acid or D3 and B6, and like others have said, seems to get you into a dream or REM state. I also replaced LED bulbs with halogen in parts of my home that I spend more time in the evening: bathroom, bedroom and kitchen. 90% of my happiness comes from myself. It's free. But, with that said, the best 3 things I ever paid for are as follows. 1. $1,900 a month to live on a lake. Vastly improved happiness. Made me chill out and enjoy life more. 2. $5,000 for my 1977 Datsun 280Z. My daily driver. Love washing this thing. 3. Gym membership. So far it was the equivalent of 5. It was one of this rubber stick-os for IKEA's cupboard doors that I instead plugged on the wall behind the toilet. Oh, this sweet sound of nothing when the toilet lid hits the wall. Don't underestimate the following advice, because I swear to Buddha this will change your life. Get a good set of audiophile grade headphones. Seriously. A good set of headphones is like the difference between a 4K home theater and a shitty 360p YouTube video from 2002. I'm not exaggerating. No, I'm not talking Bose or Skullcandy or Beats by Dre or other brands that the peasant masses is good quality. I'm talking about legit gradiums in ear monitors. Would you believe me if I told you that you've never heard your favorite music before? All your favorite bands and artists, you've never really heard them. There are so many sounds and tones that you don't even are dying a painful slow death in your crappy Samsung or Apple AirPods. I'm an Apple lover, but even the AirPod Pros sound like total shit in comparison to Goodiums. Seriously, get a good set of headphones, then listen to your music collection. It's literally like you never heard it before. You don't even have to spend a lot. I usually spend around $200, but I'm broke right now and I just picked up amazing set on Amazon because all the high-end audio sites were raving about them, and they're F-king. Seriously, it's like I'm my music. The battery died on them and I had to plug in my Samsung headphones, and I want to strangle a baby seal. Samsung isn't a bad brand, but these headphones sound like absolute rat shit in comparison to my skunkies. Seriously, I can't stress this enough that buying a good set of headphones will be one of the best purchases you've ever made in your life. Every time you buy a set of headphones from Best Buy, God kills a kitten. You don't want to kill kittens, do you? Do some research on head and pick out a great pair that fits your price range. You can also just do some Googling. Best audiophile grade headphones, budget audiophile grade headphones. These are the ones I'm using now and love them. They're just as good as $150 sets I've bought in the past, plus they have all the AirPod-like wireless features. Edit has a great ranking of budget $25 150 audiophile gradiums. The Audible app. Thanks to this app I was able to listen to all books that have changed my life. I'm starting to read books now, but it's all thanks to Audible. Also, my iPhone has done what no oven machine has been able to do, and that's perfect real-time video calling. Honestly, nothing beats FaceTime. The fact I can see my mum who lives thousands of miles away. That I was able to see my grandparents before their deaths and say goodbye, it's priceless. I can't leave the country nor my family can come. I bought some wireless earbuds a few months ago. I rather liked them. I lost one while getting chased by children at a vineyard. I just lost the other last night, so I need new ones. Thank you. Usually when it comes to audiophiles I think of Ultimate Ears. They're ridiculously expensive though. The $24.99 I spent of lol. Other than that, I'd say the $99 or month I spend on SEO software has been invaluable. I used to cheap out and use Google search tools, but a good SEO software tells you everything you need to know about your competitors, your audience, and how to bring them onto your site to buy. That's hilarious and adorable. But yay, I really like the Spunkies so far. And they're first or fifth the price of AirPods and 5x the audio quality. This site is also great. They list the best quality budget $25 150 earbuds they found. Yay, they have some IMs that you have to get your ear measured, and the plastic buds are custom molded to your ears via injection molding. I think they're mostly for professional musicians or really serious audiophiles. A really nice pair of jeans from. It completely opened my eyes up to buying clothing for quality rather than price. Spending $120 on a pair of jeans was ridiculous to me at the time. They quickly became my favorite pair of pants. That got me thinking, what else is worth paying extra for? I later needed sweatpants. I normally would have gone to Gap or Macy's and picked out whatever seemed comfortable and affordable. However, I remembered the jeans and decided to do some research. I discovered a Canadian brand that makes high-quality sweat gear. I then spent $115 on sweatpants. Second best clothing purchase I've ever made. I continue to buy their sweatshirts I own too because of how comfortable they are. Completely agree. I find expensive clothing to almost always be worth it. All my $40, $50 jeans. No idea where they are. Some ripped. Many faded, others are just junk. My $100 300 plus jeans? I still have every single pair and they're in amazing shape. When you get to that price point, things are just made to last. At the $50 price point, they're basically disposable S&D meant to be thrown away after a year. Buy nice stuff. Take care of it and it will last forever a lot of times. It's actually ironic because many years ago, my first set of expensive headphones was the eye-opening purchase for me. I just raided my music collection, got a nice new iPod Touch when those were still cool lol, and wanted to get the most out of my audio, so I researched the best headphones. After a ton of research I settled a set of $70 headphones, even though I could have gotten something from Radio Shack for $7. But it was one of the best purchases I ever made. After that I became somewhat of a product connoisseur. I've always been a big fan of Shure. Though I couldn't get my last pair repaired, so ended up with the Sony WH-1000XM3s and a cheap pair of in-ear for the gym. The Sonys are a good compromise between noise cancelling, battery life, which is amazing, and sound quality. I know I might sound like douche bro, but spending money on high-end clothes is a good investment. Now you shouldn't go broke or in debt buying expensive clothes, but when you can buy them. I seriously don't understand why most men neglect themselves when it comes to fashion. Buying and wearing higher-end product not just make you look good but feel good too. Girls notice you more and see you take pride in yourself. And high-end clothes last longer. To this day I still have Hugo Boss and Ted Baker jacket I bought years ago. When I wear them people think they are new. I've a pair of Ted Baker shoes I've had for 20-odd years. I just replace the leather soles when needed. Buying quality actually works out cheaper in the long run. I love Ted Baker, it's my go-to brand now. I learned that years ago thanks to Alpha Mal on YouTube. Always choose quality or price. As long as you don't go broke. Men should read this book. Which peacock has the pretty feathers? The male. Which lion has the mane? The male these features are for mating purposes. Throughout all of human history and throughout many cultures around the world, it is the leader, the king, etc. that is well lavished. Indicates status. Sexual evolution is predicated on resources. Everything in this world is all about resources. Gain resources for any potential future children. The stuff that you buy, the clothes that you wear, etc. all subconsciously influence mating strategies. Go to a woman closet full of shoes. Women subconsciously look at what shoes a guy is wearing. It all indicates socioeconomic status and whether she wants to mate with you or not. Yaesu and Sennheiser are probably my favorite brands when money's not a factor. I've also heard very good things about those Sonys. I have been looking for a good pair of wireless headphones and am trying to decide. I'm biased towards Sennheisers, but Sony makes a quality headphone as well. Sennheisers are more vanilla and they let you hear your music exactly how it is. Sony adds some chocolate sprinkles and hot fudge to make it sound better. And I don't say better sarcastically. In some cases it really does sound great, but some people don't like anything changed about their music. Sennheisers in general will give you a more honest representation of the sound while Sony's will fluff it up a bit. At this point in my life I kinda like my music fluffed a bit. Here's some stuff that may be helpful. The guys at Headf are basically hardcore headphone connoisseurs. They're more knowledgeable than any community I've found and really take their sound seriously. Here are some reviews on the ones you asked about, but I wouldn't discount other full-size headphones because you might end up finding another pair you really like as well. There's also Reddits who are pretty good. Love my Sonys. They block out the world. It was fun, probably the most fun part of the trip. My cousins are 3 and 5 and the two of them plus their friend chased me up and down a hill. There were a bunch of tables that I kept jumping on and over and my left headphone fell out. The game was more fun with a soundtrack. I was having too much fun to stop to pick it up. Explains why women don't go near me and my Lebowski sandals. What a good software I can use. I found this out quite by accident. I went to a workout sponsored by the local Lululemon. We were given a $78 Vent Tech t-shirt in one of 3 colors and split into teams. OMG, this shirt is amazing. I wish I could afford to buy these clothes for all my sports. Similar revelation as when I traded my whitey tighties for Under Armour. $30 for a pair of drawers? Happily. Have you actually tried AirPods or are you talking out your ass? I highly doubt $30 earpods are better than $200 ones. Half the people I know use AirPods. I've heard them more times than I even want to. The audio quality for music is meh. It's the same exact internals that the earpods use. The sound quality is certainly nothing to write home about. The spunky Encore headphones sound much better, even in comparison to the AirPod model. The poor music audio quality of AirPods is notorious among audiophiles and those who care about sound. For your average Joe who just wants convenience and a good-looking headphone, they're great, but for someone who really wants to enjoy their music, the AirPods aren't a good choice. I've been buying high-end headphones for over a decade now, and yes, the $30 spunky Encores do sound a lot better than the AirPods. And there are a handful of other headphones in that price range that sound better as well. I'll tell you some crappy value I've paid for. Tonight I went to see Bad Boys for Life. Movie was okay with a cheesy plot, kinda funny though, but I'm not complaining about the movie. What did kinda piss me off was the theater. I paid a premium downtown Vancouver tax for uncomfortable seats and a messed up screen. It was $18 or $19 while a city over it's $13 with recliner seats. If you're from Vancouver, stay away from Bird Cineplex, stick with Metrotown. I haven't seen the fruition of the value yet, but I had 2 properties under agreement one after the next in 2018. Paid for home inspection and for appraisal for the first one, costed me a few grand. The seller turned out to be a scammer, and was withholding information about a tenant's child that was sick with high lead levels from the property that he knew about, and he had to fix that shit and the deal fell through or I walked away. The second property had tenant issues with the tenant being evicted and that deal fell through, too. Another $500 home inspection invested. But I'm pretty confident those poor experiences are going to set me up for a strong real estate purchase this year, now that I'm back in the market looking for a 3 or 4plex to invest in. Seemed like I was throwing away money at the time, but now I've been through a few rodeos and I'm more prepared than ever with the process, numbers I'm looking for, etc. Edit. Oh, and a Ninja blender or Instapot. Those are both awesome. Loved my Ninja. Used to make fresh juice daily. The Instapot is ridiculous. Throw meat in for 30 minutes and it completely falls apart. AirPods and Beats are way overrated. My third employee. The only two good things I'll say about the first one is he is a friend and he convinced me I should start hiring to grow my agency. The second one was on track to be great, but he odd. Fentanyl is a dirty word. But the third one. Because of him I've been able to up my rates, expand our service offerings, and when I've had issues with other lesser employees, he's been the one to help me mitigate those rough waters. If not for him, I might have closed up shop with number 2 past. I'm now building a team around him. For a little while I thought he might be overpaid. But we've grown revenue 70% since he joined the team, and this week I signed a single client that more than covers his salary. I wouldn't have the client if not for him. On an ROI basis, anything I do to put a smile on my kids' faces has a bigger value impact for me. And I could probably name a few books that have gotten me a ridiculous ROI too. But in terms of raw dollars and cents, I think my third employee is my best investment yet. Love the Ninja blender. Kept overfilling the NutriBullet I used for years. Not a problem with the Ninja. Body Armor iPhone 7 case. I think I paid $30 for this at Best Buy a while back and let me tell you it's worth every penny. I am a total klutz when it comes to owning a cell phone and I have dropped my current iPhone 7 at least 20 times on concrete, hardwood floors, carpet, marble floor, etc. You get the idea, and my phone still works very well with no cracks anywhere. The paint on the phone has a little wear, probably from taking a case on and off to clean it, but that is it. I love it because it is clear, I can still hear, and it is not bulky. I would buy another one if I ever decided to upgrade. No, it is not a dinosaur, but thanks for asking lol. Antibiotics. Without them, I or we would have probably died a long time ago. Omnipod insulin pump. I just plug in the numbers, calculates everything and it gives me insulin. I feel like a robot or cyborg with it on my skin sometimes though. It actually is more of a hassle than insulin pens. There's like 10 steps to putting the insulin in the pod. Lol. In all honesty, the books by MJ Orsi I got $1 million value. I'm committed to do the same for others. The biggest game changer I've ever encountered. I've never read a book that made me want to leave my beautiful Hawaii to hop on a flight to Phoenix, as I don't ever leave Hawaii in the winter. I don't even own warm clothing. Nokia 1616, being a somewhat tech-savvy person and an internet addict, it keeps me focused and aware of surroundings and people around me, also forces better time management and doesn't work against my posture. Plus it keeps away a lot of meaningless incoming chit-chat. And no worries about battery draining out, and no worries about dropping it. Edit. It cost €15, from a pawn shop. Have now been using it for many years. Very hard to answer that. I would probably say my gaming PC. I can't think of anything more versatile. It's powered well to handle the top games. It has rendered all my old consoles obsolete. Since it's powerful enough for games, simple day-to-day work with emails, browsing, etc. is top-notch. I can stream media so I don't need a TV. I've done trading and freelance work on it, so I make a little money with it. It's probably my best investment so far. Only other thing that rivals that is my cast iron skillet and Victorinox chef knife. Again, very simplistic yet versatile. A high-quality blender and protein powder. I use the blender 3 times a day for daily protein shakes and veg or fruit smoothies. I always struggled to get 200 grams plus protein in per day, and I would always resort to buying extra food or expensive pre-bottled protein shakes from the store just to meet my macros. But now I buy 4 kilograms of low-sugar whey protein from eBay for like £30 and blend 2 shakes every day with it with milk. Best combination I have probably ever used in terms of value. I used to play lacrosse. I hear you. Roller mouse read by Contour Designs. It costs $265 new on Amazon, but it is worth way more than that. It has saved me from tons of wrist and hand pain. Most people think it is typing that hurts your wrists with carpal tunnel and RSI, but using a standard mouse is actually way worse for you. You can use the roller mouse with either hand, and it has built-in copy, paste, and double-click buttons. You wouldn't think so, but it saves you lots of clicking all day long, once you get used to it. When my old one died after a few years, I bought a new one, no questions asked on price. It is worth it. I will have to say the 2020 Fastlane Summit for this. No event or conference I've been to has even approached it in quality. Comparing it to purchases of items, none of the items really matter in comparison. The new friends, interesting acquaintances, the stories, ideas, and I can only think to describe it as priceless. How many opportunities do we get in life to acquire something priceless? I don't even know the answer to that, but my expectations have been turned upside down this weekend. More opportunities for priceless interaction exist than what my imagination could have supplied. I am awed. The forum is already an amazing value. Basic participation is free, and look what it does for us. The insider's subscription is something I would not even consider letting go. The interactions in this forum, the best of them, are of a quality I've never found in other online communities. The summit has taken all the value that exists here in the forum, and focused it. It has made me appreciate even more how valuable and rare the community here is, and how important it is for us to support it and contribute to it. For anyone who has not attended one, the root of it is in front of you. You're in the midst of incredible value, but if you're like me, you may not have realized just how immense that value is, how immense the potential really is. All I can say is that I cannot detect its limits. This is a community where human potential is transformed, and where people discover that their own limits are not where they thought they were. They are out of sight, a moving target that we can race toward, and the farther we go, the more we realize we can go farther still. Thank you for that. My Moleskine journal, I buy a new one each year. 2019 present. Also, the retractable highlighters I love them. I can hold a book with one hand and highlight with the other without having to use both hands if I was using a highlighter with a cap. The Fastlane Summit 2020. Best event I've ever been to, real people doing real business, no fluff or guru BS. Gonna bump this. I used mine today and damn, I could have swore after the pain faded away I was stoned on some damn good weed. Was a really good start to the day. I've had mine sitting in the corner for a year, scared to get on it. You sure this is like a smoke hut? Really? I got one but sold it again after I used it a few times. It didn't seem to do much for me. How long do you use it for each session? N95 masks. Disposable gloves and my full hazmat suit with an inbuilt hand sanitizer refillable station. Just smoke before and it'll be the same guaranteed. Did you play 10 hours of Tiger Woods golf on Xbox after? That's the only way to tell if you were on some really good weed. Stoned? WTF is in that thing? Or on it I should say. Looks painful. $500 used VW Bug that ran forever. traded it in when buying a new car that broke down after I left the lot. Same model. About a 1000 points sharp as needles. My Kindle, probably my phone, €150 Xiaomi, and computer, €390 Lenovo. These three objects allow you to create almost unlimited value. My gua sha stone cost only $15. A short 5 minutes scraping before bed really helps me to relax muscles and sleep well. When is the next one, and how much money do I need to save? Sold. Just bought one, lol. Last one was in early February. So in theory it could be next February, but it will be announced on the forum whenever it is coming up. What is the opportunity cost of all the games played though? Not much at the moment, unless I can somehow build the community needed on Twitch or YouTube to get money through that means. The point I meant to make was that my PC can do a lot of things, so it's an all-around great tool for me to have, whether it's for gaming, copywriting, selling on eBay, web design, etc. Now I'm intrigued. Going to check it out. I like the idea of doing some cardio, then laying down and getting stoned. Completely agree. Fastlane Summit was by far the best value I've paid for anything in the past year or two. Airfare for me was $250. The Summit was $450. Rooms were $240 a night. I added a rental car and spent some money on renting an electric bike for a jaunt around Phoenix with fellow Fastlaners, as well as dinner, drinks, etc. All in, I spent close to $2,000, but you don't have to spend that much. I would highly recommend getting an IKEA punk chair to use it with, and a pillow on the ground for your feet. Love the combo and cheap. I would highly recommend getting an IKEA punk chair as they are perfect together. Super comfortable chair and cheap. Do you use that as a desk chair or purely for spa treatments? It is too low for a desk chair. Great for reading, relaxing, or working with a laptop. Hands down the most comfortable chair I have ever had. IKEA has them in the store to try. Mind you, that doesn't happen every time for me. Sometimes it is just sheer pain that refuses to go away. Oh, I already ordered one. Damn. Thought I found bliss. That's okay, I love trying out new stuff like this. I'll hyperventilate for 3 minutes if I think it could help me with mental clarity, so laying on this thing will be a great experience. Here is something I've had for over a year now, and today I realized that it has provided tremendous value for me. Behold the Neo 120 bidet. Bolts under your existing toilet seat, taps into your existing water line. Install takes less than 10 minutes. It's silently changed the lives of my family. After spending time in South Korea and Japan, I wanted to have a bidet. Foreign and strange at first, I found that I would emerge from the bathroom feeling like a newborn baby. It's less than $40. And we had zero worries about TP supply during C0 VLD. You use drastically less paper. And if you have any problems with clogs pertaining to flushable wipes, you can rest easy. You aren't spending dumb bucks on those wipes anymore. You can wipe that expense off your monthly budget sheet. My good friend got curious and tried it. He got one less than a week later, and then one of his friends did the same. Buy one from Amazon. Like today. You're welcome. Yes. This thing is awesome. I installed mine a few months ago and I feel like everyone everywhere should have them. The only downside is the perception of how much worse off toilets are that don't have them. It's such a bummer to have to go back to regular wiping after you get used to it. Was a Kindle daily deal for me, hands down the best $2.40 I ever spent. I feel like I'd be obliged to write how I turned $2.40 into $2.4 million when I get there now. Yup. These are awesome. Had mine for a year now and I'm not sure how I managed without them. One without a doubt the 6-month software developer course I took in 1999. With a job guarantee when getting a grade average of over 85. Launched my career where I have made all my lifelong income. To my refrigerator that I have had for 20 years. 3 old car that I had for 14 years. 4 desk I have had for 20 years. 5 books and the complete Enneagram. 6 book on lowering blood pressure. 7 current refurbished laptop which I have had for 8 years. 8 my own app that I use each day to keep a gratitude journal. Just recently bought some Bluetooth earbuds for $32.99 off Amazon. Makes workouts much more enjoyable with no wires. I've been consuming a lot more podcasts on my bike rides, and doubles as a Bluetooth headset for your cell phone. Price is also right. I also got a pair of Bluetooth earbuds last year. I got mine from AliExpress for €20. They're great. Normally I'd spend more than €20 a year on replacing my headphone cables that keep on breaking. I was very much skeptical of the whole idea I would lose them, I would forget to charge them, etc. But I'm 100% never going back to regular headphones or earbuds. Okay, so it's not just me. They're really great. Exactly. Now going somewhere without a bidet is downright barbaric. Yeah, it's really mystical to me how people live without a bidet. Every house has one in Italy, and then you visit France, which is right next to us, and they are a rare sight, or at least they were 10 years ago. Best value purchase? Hands down my internet subscription. Nothing can top it at the moment. The second best value purchase has to be my old PC, which still works after like 6 years of almost daily use, and that earned me my first money. As for smaller items, I think my best purchase has to be my electric shaver. Grammarly Premium. It gives a feeling that Skynet has already made a humanoid to evacuate itself to Mars. Far from those humans. I can't explain how it works, it's not without mistakes, yet it's incredible. For me was Kindle. I can read a lot of books that cannot find in Argentina. I can access a lot of knowledge from a tiny device. One of my dreams is to have a library in my home someday, with all the walls full of books, but in the meantime I can read and get a lot of value from my ebook reader. 10x rule, think and grow rich in a home gym. Strengthen both your mind and your physique. Can't think of anything else right now. Lol. At the end of the day, the value lies in the things that help you reach your goals. Now that I'm hooked and used it for a full year, love my Nespresso machine. I can't imagine going back to a coffee maker. I bought a laptop, Lenovo Model G5070 Core i3 Full HD 1TB in September 2014 for €395. I have bought countless plane tickets with it, played games, watched probably about 400 movies, edited my short movies, took it to class to write lessons and summaries, conducted Skype meetings, and even read one book cover to cover. I have taken it to several countries too. It never let me down. Yet now, after 6 years of loyal services, it's time to retire it, as I'm losing too much time waiting for it to load. It's arguably one of the best things I've ever bought. And it's still running well, except for the battery, which lasts about 90 minutes compared to 8 hours at the beginning. $20 on Feeling Good by David Burns. Sorry MJ. The book transformed my life by identifying my cognitive distortions that were fundamentally wrong. Anyone going through a personal struggle with depression or anxiety, I highly recommend the book. I received one of these as a gift 2 weeks ago, and I absolutely love it. Going to 2x this, just voiced this yesterday. The best $15 or more I've spent. It is now my preferred medium, before going to bed, in the car, in the sauna, at the pool. Without Audible, life would feel so empty. Listening to audiobooks, the most valuable habit I ever gained. Best value easily an Audible subscription. Wouldn't be here without it. I just got one of these. So far I only have one book on it. Yours lol. The first time I read it, I was nearing the end of my last college semester with no business. Now I'm going through it a second time as a business owner, and it's still so valuable. Thank you again for the contribution. My BNI membership. $1,048 for 2 years. I made my investment back in the first month. Pivotal business move. Have gone 2 months no caffeine, 2 months of no FAP, plus 6 weeks without alcohol, and even though this was free, it was actually the best thing I've done all year. Better than all of the top 3 combined. I'm pretty positive in general, but before taking the challenge, basically wanted to punch my mill in the face every time I saw her. After taking the challenge, I actually started liking her. Plus I feel lighter and happier. Currently taking it a step farther with Will Bowen's 21-day no complaining challenge, who is also from Mo. I just want to punch everyone in the face. I think it's my turn now. YouTube Premium. For $15.99 a month, no ads on my phone and my Roku, plus I can play YouTube in the background without it being locked. Take my money. Bonus, stop those annoying constant prompts to try Premium Gs. When they moved Cobra Kai to Netflix, I decided to save $1 and go back to free. Lasted 2 days. I do wish they had more original shows. I got stuck in Infinite Bad Guy the other day, so fun. I did DIY Infinite Umbrella a decade ago with Rihanna's song, then similar with Gangnam Style with a friend a few years later. Signed, quite easily amused. The problem with gaining muscles, as far as I know, is the amount of proteins required to eat on a daily basis. I find it not natural to eat 100 or 150 grams or more of proteins every single day. It should be 3.5 or 5 ounces a day. What do you think about it? It sounds like something I may need. Could you please delve a little bit into it? Hi, I broke my ankle several times while playing basketball. The same doctor that did surgery on the ACL of my broken knee 15 years ago, recommended me the following tool. To be sewed 2 or 3 times a day for about 3 minutes per ankle, so to be used with 1 foot at a time. It worked for me. Even if, talking about ankles, it's difficult to fix them forever. Look at Stephen Carey. He breaks them very often. Another thing that unfortunately I haven't done yet, is I stupidly thought it was not worth the price of about $200 to fix my body. Always the same doctor as above recommended it to me. I don't know in the USA where they do it, though. Getting protein was the easiest part about it. 30 grams at every meal, palm-sized amount of chicken or fish, or 3 to 4 eggs, and you're already at 90 grams. 0.75 grams or pound of current body weight is all that's recommended. If gaining muscle is your goal, don't look for problems why it'll be hard. Eating protein was the least of my difficulties. Good luck. My latest buy was a RoboVac, not for me, but for my grandmother. There's better models with mapping, but this one is just fine. She's very elderly and can't walk very well, so I usually get her things that make her life easier. Smart devices. She loves them. Sorry for rot, but may I add, while doing heavy lifting you should consume daily grams of protein between 1.5x, 2x your body weight in kg. I am from Europe, so my weight is 85 kilograms, which means I eat between 125 grams and 150 grams of proteins per day. It helps to supplement with whey shakes and eating eggs, cottage cheese or skyr to fill up your needs. Also you have to consume fat 100 grams per day to enable production of hormones like testo, and eat a little over your daily regular calorie intake plus 150 to 300 additional calories. Only then, in combination with heavy lifting until your muscles give up, you will build up muscle mass. This ramen. The best of the best of the best ramen ever. I still remember my early days of college where I bought about 20 packets of ramen for 1 month food supplies. Hangover but limited budget. Indomie. Burning the midnight oil. Indomie. Broke. Indomie. Rest in peace, madam. I'm in the mood to spend money, and other great values in the last year. I mentioned this in the app thread, but Canva has been absolutely a lifesaver for me. I'm so happy that I'm now nearly free of Adobe. Affinity is a good suite of Adobe replacements too, if you ever want a desktop or laptop app. Self-care bullet journal with goals, mood diary and happiness tracker. Keep a diary and capture your day without writing down a single word. Speaking of app, I started paying for Daylo. 23.88 a year. What it does is pop up a little window asking how my day went. Then you can click little smiley faces similar to the how's your pain chart at a doctor's office. Next come the activities list. By default it comes with social, which includes family, friends, date and party. It can be as simple or complex as you want. After you click the smiley face, you add notes about the day. Mine is set up to have a complex list of questions which I file out systematically over a hot coffee. Then here's the magic part. Over time you build a mood chart which can be drilled down by day, week, month or year. How many days were you not happy? What caused that? Like I said, mine is complex with folders and additional questions. You've had 6 dates with Mary but felt sad every single of those days with a happier day afterwards. 3 days in a row David has not replied. You should reach out about projects you've exercised 3 days out of 7 this week. You can set a password. Are your entries private? Lock them up. You can export entries into CSV. You can set goals you want to accomplish and track activities towards them. You can go nuts like this person. You can attach photos to each entry. I don't use this feature, so no input on it. Heck, there are even little achievements you can earn in app. It's like Snapchat streaks except for your own personal development. There's a free trial of 7 days, then 23.88 per year. Paying for the app means no advertising, unlimited moods, 200 plus icons you can change what to activity shows, infinite reminders, yay lol. Automatic backups, unlimited goals, advanced statistics, quite a few color themes, and the function to export entries. Finally you can share it with friends. Hey, I use this great app. Dailyo enables you to keep a private diary without having to type a single line. It is free and you can get it at some reading materials. Me too. I'm spending money again on different projects and investments. And I'm setting up a new group of people around me to help feed me reinvestment deals. The pandemic had me spooked for a while, but now I feel better about things in some specific segments. NAB. It's short for you need a budget. Coupling that with the Profit First model by Mike Michalowicz has really helped me get a solid grip on finances. I was not able to find a contractor to build a road for me. I needed the road so I could split properties to sell. After a couple of years of talking to contractors, I decided to do it myself. Purchased a John Deere 310 backhoe for $40,000. The golf course paid for it and stores it. I saved about $200,000 on the cost of the road and still have the tractor. Was it fun? If so, that's got to be worth something as well. I should have had you come down for a visit. You could have operated it for me free of charge. It was fun for about an hour. I had a lot of dirt to move. Initially there was no room or road to the top of the hill where I was getting a lot of my dirt from. So it was one bucket load at a time until I had enough of a road to get a dump truck up there. Not a lot of fun, about half done here. Done. Can't see all the road from here. It's about half-mile long. Give me a call, Steve, it's been too long. We have a lot of heavy equipment too. It really comes in handy, MJ. I can tell you without a doubt that getting a second home in Colorado has been a great value for me. Escaping poor weather and going to good weather every year for 3 to 4 months has recharged me every time I came back to as in the fall. I think I'd be miserable spending all year in as and never escaping for a few months a year. 1. Ira Ring would pay 25x what I paid for it too. True dark glasses got the yellow and the red. Start wearing them around 6 p each day. 3. Along with Alexa, open pink noise. A white noise that increases deep sleep led to much better quality sleep while sleeping less hours and are still getting a big increase in deep sleep time each night. Helps with workouts, business, creativity when you are well rested. Do you have the pink noise play all night, or just while you fall asleep? All night. Have teenagers in the house, so drowns out some of that. Definitely agree. I'm moving to Utah in September as my primary residence. Sedona might be my getaway once the weather turns. Not quite sure yet. I'm actually looking forward to a change of seasons after 24 years here in Arizona. Looking forward to reading about your feelings after the first winter lull. But Utah is still super sunny, so I guess it's not that huge of a shift. Colder but at least still sunny on most days, not grey skies for weeks on end. My original GTX 1070 graphics card. I paid about $750 Canadian for this thing back in 2016 or so. It led me down the mining rabbit hole. I have since pulled about $2,000 cash out from mining on this thing, and it led to me acquiring a few more graphics cards, which led to a super fun and rewarding hobby that has funded my lifestyle the last 18 months or so. I got my brother to start mining with his single GTX 1070 as well. He started later than me, didn't take it as seriously as me, so did not have the program up or as optimized as me, and he currently has 1.35 Ethereum in a wallet from this. At today's value, that means that not only did he gain an unhealthy amount on his $750 investment, but he also has over $3,600 worth of Ethereum and the physical card right now. I'm in an area that doesn't get a ton of snow, and when it does, it melts pretty fast. But yay, opinions can change quick after enduring it for a few years. The way I look at things is, if we don't like it, we move again. We embrace change and view these things as an adventure. I actually got black ones for me, and they truly are magic, especially in a noisy environment, airplane, subway, etc. As a bonus, people might confuse you into a security guard in nightlife venues, so you can kick some of them out by politely asking them to leave. You'll also find that seeing live bands sounds better than ever with them, if you're into that sort of thing. +1, I've been using it for social media, website and email graphics for the past couple of years, and it's been fantastic value. Super easy to use, and they keep making it better. My Dyson vacuum cleaner. No cord, picks up cat sand, cleans carpets and hard floors well. Threw out 2 shitty handheld ones before getting the top-of-the-line model of the clearly best brand at the moment. Cleaning is a chore I want to make as low friction as possible. My new one has been shipped. I hope I like it as much as you do. Not sure if I posted it here already, but getting a cleaning lady has been one of the best value I ever paid for. It's very affordable, €12.50 or hour here in the Netherlands, and she is way more efficient than when I do it myself. I'm not joking as I say she probably does in 1 hour what would take me 5 hours. Especially the ironing of my shirts, no idea how she does it so quickly. It's something I will consider at a later time. Mine no longer works. I've had nothing but problems with Dyson vacuums. They advertise themselves as a great bulletproof vacuum, but right now for me, they are all marketing and not a. Perhaps others have had better luck than I. I have 3 of them at different locations, and they work a lot better for me than other brands. I switched from Dyson to Bissell bagless ones, and they work just as well for me. My Rain 72 MK2 mixer. The sound quality alone puts other brands to shame. This is definitely also my pull-up bar and ab straps. Since I have high door frames, this is the perfect height for me, and also one of these water bottles has helped me drink so much more water than before. Wait, so they still make records that can be mixed and scratched? This exact Thermos brand stainless steel tumbler 16 ounce is pretty awesome. It eliminates coffee spills while driving and maintains its temperature. I don't drive anywhere without one of these. When this thing is closed, You can hold it upside down with scalding coffee inside and it won't drip a single drop. Note that they tried to replace this awesome lid with a different mechanism that leaks like a sieve. The one that doesn't leak is shown here with thumb rotation closing mechanism. The one that sucks is a direct push-forward type of lid, but I think it's discontinued. Anyway, a nice lifestyle improvement for coffee addicts, and these things last for years and years. Just fill it max below the metal line inside, and it won't leak. Seconding a post from Logitech Ergo Wireless Trackball, latest version is M575. They have a fancy version now too with a wrist angle option. I've used these for years and I suppose mice are highly subjective. However, when you get used to these, they're fantastic and there is basically no wrist strain or other issues, and it's clear why. Your wrist doesn't actually move. Occasionally you pop out the ball out to clean it, no big deal. They save desk space and obviously there are no mouse pads. You can also use these on, say, an airplane, without resorting to touchpads or mini mice. Very productive and comfortable device that you can take anywhere, or no cables. The Costa Ricans have an ultra-sophisticated technologically advanced coffee system that everyone uses. It looks like this. I've always jokingly referred to this as the dirty sock. Surprisingly, it makes a damn good cup of coffee if you use boiling water and actually clean it every now and then. So back here in the States I adopted this system into a more hygienic, ultra-advanced, state-of-the-art system based on the same principle. Seriously, this is dirt cheap and produces excellent drip coffee. Manual drip coffee filter cone plus number 6 filters. I buy the filters in bulk on Amazon and pour directly into a large thermos. I guess the best value would be to kick the habit. But without exhorting to such draconian measures, I'd recommend this route any day. I know this seems like a cheaper solution, but I've spent a fortune on different coffee machines and this delivers the best cup. As an added bonus, with daily experience in the black arts, you too can develop awe-inspiring unique coffee making skills. I mix my own blends and often experiment with flavors. Life just got an upgrade, man. All at once. The clouds are parted. Light streams down, in bright unbroken beams. Cue church pipe organ music, just ordered one. What's the brand or make? Curious. Yes. They pretty much have the best DJ gear in the market. One thing that gave a massive value was a Bible name there. 2 well-made porcelain veneers I had done some years ago in Southeast Asia, for a great price of about $480 total. This dramatically improved my smile, and would have cost $2,500, $5,000 back home, at the very least. 2. My tiny travel size wall hair clipper. It was about $25. But can probably be found cheaper. Been using it for 3 years, and it still gives a great self-cut and clean close shave. I've been cutting my own hair since 2007. I enjoy doing it, and it feels great to look fresh all the time. Also, not having to morph into a caveman, because there's a lockdown and whatnot. $30 worth of Udemy courses got me a $12,000 raise at work. Which courses do you recommend? I took these. The price went up a bit since I took them. Not selling anything. Not sure if you already know this, or if I am understanding your inquiry. But you can buy blank records, that sync to your computer, which you can scratch and play around with synced to the computer. This Dalio has been one amazing thing I've learned on this thread. My daughter loves it too.